And we are live. What is going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Today is what? Today's date is the 8th. Happy May 8th. That's the month we're in. I hope everybody's doing well. It's still a little early. I did have some coffee, but it is slow acting or slow working. So today we are going to be picking up where we left off last week on the JourneyMaker Positron build. I appreciate everybody joining me a bit earlier than normal. I just want to have a bit more time to try to make progress on this. I thought we would get further than we did last week on last week's stream, but that seems to be the way every single build goes. So we'll start off by going over kind of what we did last week and what we are maybe hoping to get through today. So who's all here today? More coffee. I gotta wait to see what this coffee does to me when it kicks in. Otherwise, I'll have more coffee and it will spike and everyone will probably enjoy it because it'll be a squirrely stream, more squirrely than normal. Let's see, who's all here today? We've got Phil here, Clown Hammer. Hey, Liz is in the house. Greetings, eating lunch and watching you. Nice. Let's see, Dinnick's in the house. Zombies here. Dark Third Dimension. Glendon. Tor's here. Hey, Tor. Hobo Banana. Always more coffee. Hey, Nomads. How's it going? Let's see, Clown Hammer, I saw, for anyone that didn't see, Nomads had a big chip full of Da Bomb hot sauce, and I don't do hot sauces like that. When I was living in California a few years ago, a couple of my buddies got the Hot Ones sauces, and I agreed to come over and be part of their eating of the hot sauces, but I did not partake. I had a glass of whiskey, and I read all of the cards as they were about to try the sauces, like their little entry card, a little about them, and I got to watch them all as they cried in the kitchen together. So I think I was not upset at the end of it all that I chose that. It felt like the right decision. So let's see, coffee's always great. I agree. Raiden, how's it going? Good evening from Hamburg. Thank you for tuning in. Hey, Matthew. Made it just in time. Hey, PF. Nick Nick's here. Hey, K2. That is the creator of the K2 clip, if for those that are not familiar. On my way to put up the rep rack. Nice. So last week, let's cover what we did last week and also what I did since last week because I broke things on last week's stream. So this is where we left off. This is basically the entire Z assembly, if I'm not mistaken, minus the, well, it is the entire Z assembly. I think the Z motor, which is going to be attached to this belt that drives the bed up and down, won't actually be attached to the Z assembly. But last week we pretty much finished this. We ended the stream with me cracking this piece. I said, oh, just one more turn, and then it shattered. So I reprinted this piece. I attached this side piece just with 2 bolts to it. And then I also, on the extruder, there was the part that the pin, that the idler arm or the tension arm goes back and forth on. I had used a reamer to clear out the holes because the tolerances were really tight. But by doing so, I made tolerances a little bit too loose. So I reprinted that, and now everything appears to be in a much better state. So the only thing I haven't done is, we mentioned that the right angle connectors here, this needs a 4-pin, it's a 4-pin microfit, and I either didn't order it or forgot to order it. So I did end up ordering a couple of them. Also, Chamois or XR Bunker did get some in and actually overnighted them. So I'll have them coming in today, just probably later in the day after the stream. So I will end up soldering that in. You could directly solder to this. You could also use just like regular pin headers at a right angle, but I'm going to use the microfit because that's what it's intended for. So that's the game plan. All right. So game plan for today is to assemble the entire tool head, which we've got basically laid out here. We sort of started it last week as I was printing out these little alignment jigs for the rails. We started assembling this. So we're going to continue with this, finish this. That will take a fair bit. There's kind of quite a bit to this little compact flat hot end assembly. And then we're going to move on to motor mounts and the base. So we're just going to go and do as much as we can get done today. So hopefully things go smoothly. I did look a little bit ahead in the guide, and I'm glad I did because these were hiding from me. We need these for the pulleys or for the idlers, and they are a special 3mm inner diameter, 7 outer, 0.2 millimeter shim. And I definitely don't have any of these except for these specifically that I ordered for this. And I was going crazy ripping things apart looking for them. And of course they were like staticked to the side of a container. So I found them. These are my precious, and we've got hopefully all of the hardware. Hopefully we've got all the hardware we're gonna need, but it's always a roll of the dice. So let's see. Hey, RS. The old drill through the block hot end. Yep. Can you show the hot end closer to us? Sure. Yeah, it's basically just a Ender 3 with a modified. So here's the heatsink. Heatsink is quite literally just Ender 3 style. The main difference is this guy. So it's basically like a modified V6 block. So instead of having the heat break here, heat breaks here, there's a brass insert here that holds the heater in place. So we'll see how it goes. And then there is a custom silicone sock that just goes on here that really covers the entire nozzle. I'm curious to see whether we have to modify it a little bit, but the tip of the nozzle just barely sticks out there. So we'll see how that goes. So hopefully it'll work all right. I mean, it's based off the V6 hot end, which V6 is a pretty damn reliable hot end. So I know it's modified. The right angle, in general, right angle curving your filament is less than ideal, but it's sort of the name of the game when you're trying to keep things compact. So we'll see. Hey, Nathan. Looks like UPS is holding up the show. No worries. I mean, we don't technically need it today anyway, unless we were going to get up and printing, but I have fairly realistic expectations, and being up and printing today is just not one of those, but we'll see how far we can get. All right, so let's get back to where we were. Hot end, we started this. We did heat inserts already, and we were basically here. So we need to install our thermistor, which is just the bulb, your classic bulb type thermistor. Let's see, so this is going to be going, let's see, yeah. So, let's see if I can do this without damaging it. Probably gonna turn the autofocus off. When we're doing close-up like this, it just doesn't do a very good job. There we go. Okay, so we will get the bulb, and we've got one hole that's got threads. So the far right has threads. That's where our retaining screw is going to go. So we will place bulb as deep as we can into that pocket. It's a pretty big. That's interesting. Did I get the wrong, hold on. It feels like that hole should be smaller. I mean, if we have the screw, it'll hold it in place, but it feels slightly off. Let me just really quickly, I don't think this will actually show it, will it? No. This looks like, let me see here, if I remove this block. Nope, that's the whole thing. It almost looks like they have the different type of E3D nozzle, thermistor. No, we want to get rid of, what am I trying to do? I want to get rid of the block. Not the heat break, not the nozzle, heater card. There we go, block, main body. Okay, so this looks like maybe I have this brass piece turned in correctly. It looks like this should be shoving into that insert. So I wonder if that's my issue. I'm gonna remove the nozzle really quickly here. Interesting. Let me remove this heat break really quick. Something feels off. Like, the thermistor should have a cavity that's similar to its size. And I know that we're using a screw to hold it in place, but I have a feeling I have this, I think I have this insert not set correctly. So let's see. Hey, Stuart. All right. I don't see how. So yeah, this is kind of odd. If you look at this insert, hold on. So it has to go, like this has to be where the heater cartridge goes through. And the only other notch in it is this guy, which I was thinking was maybe where the thermistor was supposed to go into, but there's no way that's where the thermistor is going to go into. So I don't know. Hopefully once we, let's see, I think this goes in like, nope. I'm doing this backwards. So hopefully once the thermistor is in place with the screw, it'll just hold it in. But I feel like that cavity right there should be a bit smaller than it is. So, okay, well, let's shove. Let me look at the instructions one more time. We'll just go forward with it and hope for the best, I suppose. So it looks like heater is going in like this. Sort of. There we go. And we'll put the heat brake back in. Okay. Freaking nose, sorry everyone. It's been so windy here. My allergies are kind of on the fritz, so let's just loosely fit these in for right now. Yeah, so we will shove thermistor in here. It just doesn't go in very deep. But once the screw's in place, hopefully it's not that big of a deal. I would like the thermistor to go in quite a bit further. It definitely doesn't go in nearly as far as I'm used to on the like V6. So let's see if I bend this. I also, generally you don't want to get finger oils all over this little bulb because it's a great way to damage it. So let's see. It doesn't want to stay in. I really don't miss these bulb thermistors. I also think that this screw is probably way too long. The instructions say M316 button head, but that's a massive screw. I'm using an M38, but I think even that might be too big for this. So let's just get, actually, let's just test it without the thermistor because I have a feeling it's gonna need a smaller screw. Yeah, way smaller screw. Okay, so we need like an M3, gosh, I don't know. Let's see what other screws we have. I know the hot end had to have came with, I would think it would have came with a small screw. I sure don't see. Let's see what I got in my drawer. M3, 25, 16, 8. M3, 4. That probably is close to what we're gonna want. M3. The only issue is it's not a button head, so I don't think this is gonna work. Fun. Yeah, the smallest ones I've got with here an M3/8. So let me see if I can find a smaller screw really quick because we need something real tiny for this. Hey, Dom. I gotta get some thermal paste, iconic. Let's see, M3. M3/8s, M3/6s, there's none left. Huh. Fun stuff. Something tells me that the kit came with an M3, like a small screw for this, because it was a hot end kit. Oh, here we go. What are these? M3/6s. Okay. Let's see if this will work. Something tells me it might need to be even smaller, but let's see if we can get this without bottoming it out. I have my doubts. Yeah, there's no way. It's got to be an M3/4, which Let's see if one of these guys will work. Do you need a washer for that screw? Typically not. Typically, in the past, like on the V6 ones, they never came with washers. It was just a button head screw. This I don't think is going to work because it's a flathead, so it's got this chamfer on it. But size-wise, it might be at least what I have to use for now until I can source or figure out what the heck happened to the smaller screw. So let's see if I can get this in. Yeah, it's not gonna work with the legs. Nope, that won't work either. Well, I guess technically speaking, we don't need the thermistor in today if we're not gonna actually be printing, so I can do it. What do you mean nozzle in the wrong way? That is the right way. Stack washers to take up space. M3 screw in thermistor is better than bead. Yes. Oh, you're saying a washer? Yeah, that could work. That could work. It shouldn't interfere. That's a good idea. Well, that's a good idea. Let's try that. At least as a temporary thing. I'll probably have to just order some, like a little pack of M3 for button heads, but come on. Cool, that's what we're gonna do for now. It's definitely not pretty. I'm trying not to touch this with my hand. Oh, yeah. No, put a dryer under it. I dropped a stainless steel print worth $3,000 on the floor today. Oh no. Yeah, I probably shouldn't spend too much time on this, considering that, again, we're not going to be using it today. See if I loosen it a hair. I just want to shove that little bead a little bit further in there. It really just doesn't go very far. It's like right beyond the surface. Okay, well, that should be sufficient for now. Let me show it. So we've got thermistor in its little pocket, and then we've got using this washer to hold this in place, which really should work as good as a button head screw. The good thing is that it's not going to interfere with the silicone sock, because the silicone sock has a big cutout here, so. How long is total build time? It depends. If you've built one before, probably really quick. I don't know. I have no idea how long this will take. What's up, Nazo? How's it going? All right, so that is in. I don't want to tighten down that screw much harder. Now, the thing I don't love, I don't know on the LDO kit whether they already come hot tightened, but we want to hot tighten this. And hot tightening it once it's installed is going to be difficult because of the just geometry of the part. So the recommendation, oh God, allergies. It's like there's a cat just sitting on my face. The recommendation, let's make this a little bit bigger too so we can see it, or so that you guys can see it. Plus. The recommendation is to hot tighten it. And basically to plug it into a 24-volt power supply for 60 seconds and then tighten the heat brake and tighten the nozzle. I do have a power supply, which is what we're going to use really quickly here. It does say you can do it once the hot end is fully assembled, but I think that for the sake of not breaking anything and having more space, we'll just attempt to do this really quickly here and not burn ourselves. Not sure if it's hot tightened, but definitely pre-assembled. Yeah, okay. So let's do a few things here. I don't have a good clamp, which ideally, okay, so is that brass part to direct the molten filament at 90 degrees? Yeah, exactly. Don't do it, you'll break it. I don't have a proper vise. I don't. I wish I did. I was very close to buying one just the other day, but I don't. So what I'm gonna end up doing is literally using these beautiful Nippics that Steve got me. And I've got the larger one. Where the heck is the smaller one that we were using? It's like I have to have one lost at all times. If I have both of them, the world will, I don't know. I found the larger ones that we didn't have last week, but now the smaller ones that we were using last week have gone missing. So let me see what I've got here. I know I've got a little nozzle tightening screw, or nozzle tightening tool. Harbor Freight is decently interesting. Okay, maybe I'll check that. Harbor Freight is your friend, just not your wallet. Maybe I'll do that then. Because yeah, I was looking at Home Depot and the one that looked good was like, it's like $120. I'm like, that seems like a bigger investment than I'm wanting to spend right now. I know my brother got one on Amazon a while back that was a pretty good price and he's been happy with it, but let's see. Nozzle tightening tool is missing as well. We just had it last week, so it has to be freaking close by. Let me see if this is the right size. It is not. It is a hair too small, so I've got to find that tool. We had it last week here, so it couldn't have walked too far. It's not in this tub. It's not in this tub. It's almost impressive how these things. Well, we've got the I still have the Prusa tools from when we. Oh my gosh, XR bunker! Oh dude! Oh my gosh! Thank you very much, man. That's too much. XR bunker, thank you, man, for the $120 donation. You're nuts. I appreciate it. I will buy a good vise. I will buy a proper vise. If anyone has recommendations for a specific vise that I should be putting that towards, let me know in live in the live stream channel, because I know I need one. When I was cutting I mentioned that the posts had to be cut down, or the shafts had to be cut down, and I used wood clamps because I don't have a proper vise. So I need to get a good vise. Thank you very much, XR. You're madman. I appreciate it. I don't know what we got. We got Hadouken, Squirrel, Cheer, and Airhorn. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. So yeah, let me know if anyone has recommendations of one they've used for a long time. I would like to know, because especially now that we're gonna be building Milo and playing around a bit more with aluminum, I think it's about time that I have a proper vise. So if anyone has a recommendation, I'm all ears. Thank you. I'm excited. I'm super excited to get a proper vise. Now for the nozzle thing, I got just super distracted here. Let's see if the Prusa one will probably work for the nozzle, because it should be standard V6. Yeah, okay, so we can use this little wrench, but for the heat break, I'm either gonna have to find a I'm either gonna have to find vice grips. All right, I'm gonna spend a whole 2 minutes just searching for things really quickly here. And nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing fell back here. Soldering iron stuff. I need needle nose pliers. Doesn't seem like a good choice, but I will grab them if we can't find anything else. I just don't get it. Let's see, one last spot. Maybe I just moved it over to this bench. There's a second bench here. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay. Yes! That's what I did. Instead of putting it where we're supposed to go, I moved it to the other bench. So we've got what we need now. So we've got our nozzle, this little guy, my little AliExpress. Oh, it's not auto. My little AliExpress purchase. I really like this. It's not a ratcheting tightener, but it works. It's a little cross guy. Put it over here, tighten us down. So we've got this, and then for the heat break, we will just use, I'll use this to clamp, probably clamp this direction like this, like that. And then we will tighten with this guy. Okay, let's make sure we've got the right, yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. Let's get everything hooked up first. So before I turn this on and start providing 24 volts to it, let's clip one here. Like so. Clip the other one. Like so. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm ready. Before I'm doing this, you should check out the Vice Chris Borge design. He designed one? Is it printable then? PF, thank you very much for the 10 memberships, man. You guys are awesome. What's PF getting? PF, air horn. I need more sound effects. Alien, if you're in chat, can you remind me to add some more sound effects? I feel like I was happy with what I had, but we need more. Okay, so before I power this on, yes, let's not have it heat up in my hand. So we will grab this. Let's also get a stopwatch out. It says to wait about 60 seconds before hot tightening. So I think what I'll do is wait 60 seconds, hot tighten it, power it off, readjust, power it back on, and then we'll do the nozzle. So let's do stop, or clock, right? Yeah. Clock, stopwatch. Okay. Alrighty, so let's zoom out a little bit. We are going to power on. We've got it on 5 volts. Let's raise you to 24 volts. Dun, 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 dun. 24 volts. Nope, that's 23 volts. That's 24 volts. Okay, we are hitting start. All right, countdown begins. 24 volts, 2 amps. I'm gonna touch it really quick. Yep, we are getting hot. It is indeed working. Man of the Croc, thank you for the $5. Buy a few screws as well. On another note, should I make a frozen pizza or tuna sandwich for lunch? I just had breakfast. Aaron made banana pancakes and a fruit bowl. But if it were me, I would be going with the frozen pizza.
Buy a few screws as well. On another note, should I make a frozen
tuna sandwich is good too. It depends on what you're in the mood for, right? It's very different. You feeling fishy or you feeling pizza? Yeah, I'd go pizza. Pizza sounds, just because I had banana pancakes, if I was gonna follow it up, it'd be with a pizza right about now. But tuna, not a nanner sandwich. Okay, we're at 57 seconds. 58. All right, we're gonna call it good enough. I stalled a little bit before too, so we're just going to gripping it and twisting it. Grip and twist. That's plenty. I don't want to. I've snapped one heat break in my life. That is plenty. So we're gonna power this off. I'm gonna let it chill for a second here. Then I will switch the grip on it, turn it back on, and we'll do the nozzle, and it'll be good. It reads them out loud. We can really mess with him now. Yes. Waldo, Carmen, BD Cooper. What's stopping the heater from just going for max temp and melting? Nothing is, GPs. Nothing is. That's why it recommends only 60 seconds, so that way it doesn't have enough time to climb to max and you know, kill itself, basically. So, you want to be quick. Reading the peeps driving home from work in Chicago traffic, I have no idea how good voice to text will be. Oh, greetings peeps is what it meant to say. So pretty good, pretty good. How was your day, John? Hey, Jeff. Are we still super hot? Yeah, we're pretty hot. Okay, I'm gonna grab it from the cables so that way I don't want to wait. We've got things to do. So let's grip it right about here. Okay. All right, so we are going to turn it back on. This time probably not quite as long. Let's go. Okay, power's on. We've hit start. Got my nozzle tightening wrench here. I think this time we'll wait 35, 40 seconds. Andrew, thank you very much for the Frosty Beverage Fund. I appreciate it. I don't know if I mentioned this to everyone, but I know I mentioned it before that my parents were moving out here for at least half the year. Well, they moved, there's a U-Haul. They've been out here since Saturday. And so it's been fun. There's definitely been Frosty beverages, and I will absolutely get more. I made old fashions on Sunday night, I want to say, maybe Monday night. So I appreciate it. Feel your hand if it's hot. It is hot. Okay, I can't get distracted while I'm doing this. Here we go. All right. Okay, that's plenty tight. And we're stopping it. Okay, we are good. Hey, Benny. Just use your tongue. No, thank you. Hey, nice. Yeah, smash the like button if you have not. Also, in other exciting news, we're getting closer to announcing the start of Milo. I don't want to announce until I talk to Mandic and we say we're announcing, but I've been printing out parts. Steve modified quite a few parts, so I just finished the hot end assembly. Nope, that's not. Lines are being crossed. The spindle mount. So for colors, we're doing Galaxy Black ABS from Polymaker, and then the accent is going to be gold gold ABS. So I really like the way it looks. I was originally going to do either black and yellow or black and gold, and I let Erin pick, and she said the gold, and I really like the gold. I think with the black accent piece, it looks really freaking sweet. So it is not mustard. It's the lighting. It's not mustard. If it's mustard, it's definitely like Dijon mustard, okay? But it looks sick. It looks really good. I hope that the part doesn't get hot. This part, you mean? Yeah, it should be fine. I think the spindle, I haven't heard of issues with these. However, there is a mod called Heart of, what is this? This is an electrical plug. There's a mod called Heart of Iron. So if I go Milo, Heart of Iron, and the Heart of Iron replaces the mount. Let's see if I can find it really quick. Heart of Iron. And then we'll get back into building printers. So the Heart of Iron is, well, I'll just show, let's go to the video. There's a video of it being cut out.
Hello everyone and welcome.
So the Heart of Iron replaces, I think you still have the printed parts just for like an aesthetic thing, but it replaces the brackets with these beefy aluminum brackets. So that will probably be one of the first projects I'll do, is have, just like we do with the printers, have the printers upgrade themselves, like have Milo upgrade itself. So, yep. Hey, Jen. Okay, let's get to the guide now. So we've got hot tighting's done. Let me get this power supply out of here. I'm glad I have this. I've had this thing for so long and I didn't use it for a really long time, but now I'm like, it is great for just quickly testing things, making sure that fans that I think work are actually working and such. So, all right. I ordered a V0.2 as my first phone. Any advice for a build? Because I know I know me, I'll dive in like a kid on Christmas. Yeah, I do. So the V0 was my first Voron build, and it was a pretty frustrating experience, actually. So my recommendations are, depending on who you bought it from, I know Cyborg comes with these little, Cyborg comes with these little boxes, which are pretty good with like pictures and labels. If you go with the LDO kit and it comes in the bag, which that's what they used to come in, at least was little labeled bags, print out a storage organizer of sorts, either the V0 one I made or one of the variants of it. And I think K2 Kevin has the Screw Ufinity or whatever it's called. Like, get a hardware organizer for it, because there's nothing more frustrating than trying to figure out where you have certain screws, and they're also really small on the V0, so losing them is much more of a real thing. I think the LDO kit, again, I don't know what kit you went with, but like if you didn't get the metal bars that they have instead of using for all the rails, you're definitely going to want to print out some of the no drop nut mods, which instead of just having M2 screws go into the extrusions, either M2 or M3, I think they're M2 screws, you put them in a small printed part and they stay in place. It is absolutely something you'll want to do. But aside from that, take your time, don't over tighten things, because it's really easy to strip stuff, like just hand tighten things. And when you get tired or you get stumped, take a break and come back to it. If you power through it, that's when things go wrong. Ask me how I know, but have fun with it. It's a really fun build. Really, the key things are organization, the no drop nuts, and not over tightening, and take your time. Those are the 4 recommendations I've got. Hey, Alan, 5-second form bot kit also come in boxes. Yeah, I wish that the LDO kit did. It's one of my bigger gripes is that I don't like the bags. Like, I mean, I get it, they're better than not being in bags or all in one bag, but they're just, it's hard to work through all of the bags when you're really building. So, hey Liz, good afternoon. Really didn't mean to say that. Heart of Iron sounds like some Elden Ring jazz. Yeah, it does. Okay, let's make some progress. So we got that in place, we've hot tightened it, beautiful. So now we are going to insert it into, that is still pretty damn warm. All right, we're gonna insert this into the heatsink. I think I might need to loosen that set screw. Yeah, popping out a little bit. Whew. Okay, how am I gonna keep this perfectly flush? Maybe if I tighten it a hair. No, that's not going to do anything. Trying to figure out how I can get this to be perfectly aligned. It's also a little bit hot still, so if I'm being kind of weird with it, that is why. Okay, there we go. So now it's tight enough to where it's not going to move on its own, but not too tight that I can't. Nope, I think I'm just going to have to eyeball it. I also wish it was a little bit colder. 180 degree Mark 8 is wild. I have not seen that. Is the heatsink upside down? No, this is right. Up top is where you've got your PTFE, your little push fitting that's going to thread on there. I'm going to get these little wear drivers because this is a small set screw, and I do want to make sure I get it tightened nicely. I also don't want to strip out this little screw. Man, I need a cloth or something. It's, do I have like a, 1 second, I think I've got a microfiber over here. It's just, it's not so hot that I can't work with it, but it's certainly not fun to hold for more than a couple of seconds. Here we go, microfiber, this will do it. There we go. Okay. getting close. That's like right there. Okay, I think we're gonna call that good. Okay, that's gonna say that's perfect. I just don't want this to be at an angle. Look at chat. Oh, 1, 2, 3 block. Can you have the grub screw on the top? This shows, I'm just following the guide. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because of the grub screws at the top, you're saying that I could probably lay it flatter. Yeah, I was following the guide, but that's not a bad idea. It's not, they're not perfectly flat. Like if you look at it from, let me see if you look at it from this angle. Oh, I have it on, autofocus. There's a lip, but yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. And I can't think of any reason why. It looks like it's mirrored on both sides, so I can't think of why you couldn't do it that way. So yeah, that's probably the better option. No music? Can you guys not hear music? There's definitely music playing. I see audio. I see audio waves. Okay, let's do one last little hand tighten here. Okay, that's plenty tight. Music is fine. Yeah, there's music. It could just be the song. I also know that like I've had a few people watching the replays, and they've said, oh, the music is distracting. So maybe I lowered it a little bit. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so set screws in. Cool. Next, we are going to install the PTFE fitting. I'm not going to install the tube. It shows on here and in the CAD that they're just using a tiny piece of tube. But when I looked at the videos of the JourneyMaker printing, it's a single piece of, well, it has to be a single piece of tube. What am I saying? This is a Bowden setup. So yeah, the tubing I'm gonna leave out right now. So let's go ahead and let's thread this guy in. Is it in focus? How's everybody's week going? How's everybody's May? Music volume is really dependent on your surround sound decoding. Yeah, you need to put the 90s gaming. I will. I certainly will. I want to wait until it's a little bit further into the stream. Okay, so this guy is nice and tight. Awesome. It says to place our silicone sock on. We will do that. Silicone sock is right here. I'm really curious. Why are we not going? Yeah, I'm really curious to see if the silicone sock, the nozzle, it's like, usually the whole nozzle is sticking out, but then it's just the tip. Excuse me. So we'll leave it like that. That's how it came. And maybe that's what we want. So that we have a really good shield because of the way the hot end is laid out on this. But it's just like, you know, I don't know why, it looks funny to me. So. Nozzle's tight, yeah. We hot tightened it. Has anyone seen the unibody positron? What is that? It's just a tip because you will get dripping. Gotcha, okay. I figured this wasn't just for fun. Like there had to be a functional reasoning for it, but. Okay, silicone sock, we've got that on. What is next? Next, we're going to attach it. And it looks like wires should be pulled up towards the top, so running down the side. Cool. Okay. So this is... So this just sits nicely here. We already put the heat inserts in not yesterday. It was a week ago, I guess. And this... What isn't it? That is interesting. So the silicone sock, The holes don't perfectly align, is basically what I'm getting at. The silicone sock is making it where I can't slide this up as far as I would like. I think that if I squeeze it, I can get it probably to align. But what that basically means is that this silicone sock is never coming off or coming back on. So it's, I'm gonna just go for it. But that appears to be what's happening here. And these are gonna feed up. It looks like this is the wire channel probably, right on the side here. Seems like that's what that is. Yeah, kind of neat. Just got my Victortech Eddy. Have to finish the wiring on my switch wire with CAN bus. I have to mentally prepare myself for the adventure. Yeah, it's quite a bit. I know Big Tree Tech's been talking about releasing their USB board, which is gonna make it where you don't need quite as many wires. So I'm curious about that. But you got it. Just take your time. Man, I'm really worried about potentially breaking this part. If I slice off that side of the sock, yeah, let's just go for it and see if I can get it to tighten in place. We need M314s, which I believe are these. Nope, these guys. Yeah, let's see if I can get them in. Unless, no, it has to be like that. Hey, Pie's in the house. How's it going, man? 2 years. That's funny. I was just gonna message you and ask how the, like yesterday, how the small engine repair's been going. Thank you very much. 2 freaking years. Look at squirrel sounds for for Pie. File the printed part down a bit. It'd be quite a bit of filing to file this down here. I got a little bit of sandpaper. We can do a tiny bit of from last week's stream. Just a little bit of sanding, just to see if we can get us a hair a bit more. There's also, I mentioned that there's some texture to this because I did glass ABS, and so that texture is probably not helping us at all. Grease? Oh, greasy but great. Hey, do it. I still think if they get a good simple kit going, it has appeal though. Corrects by revolution. You should get your Roby finger sander. What is that? Are you in the Beef? If you're in the Discord, can you post whatever that is? I don't have I don't have the sanding disc for the Dremel. I only have the diamond cutting wheel. The gap between the heatsink and hot end seems very small. I mean, it's fairly small, but that has to be, I don't see how else it could go. Like, you want, the heatsink needs to be up against that brass piece, which it did. You know, I tightened it in as far as I could. And then you wouldn't want a gap with this, so I don't see how there's any other way of doing it. I'm open to suggestions, but I don't see what else there could be. Like, everything needs to be butted up against each other. If there's gaps, that'll definitely cause issues. We can watch, let's see. We go to the Positron JourneyMaker. We can reference the build that they did and see 3 weeks ago. I think this is it.
Foldable 3D
yeah,
printer
let's see really quickly here.
Into a filament box, but also still being an awesome printer with high quality printing capabilities.
Desktop.
If you are interested in building your own, creating like design, a modded version that you don't.
That does look like a slightly larger gap. Wait, no. So I'm not convinced it's that much larger. I mean, maybe. Do we think it's worth taking it apart? Link, okay, thank you.
Nozzle, heat ring. Inserting the heated cartridge as well. Off camera, I used a separate 24-volt power supply.
It does look like a slightly larger gap than what I've got here. I just don't see. Unless we don't want the. No, we would want everything to be bottomed, though. It doesn't make any sense. Machining tolerances, if I remember, the PTFE sits on the top of the heat break, so you should be able to space it more. Gotcha. I can do, yeah, I don't, so on the hot side, I definitely don't want to move anything out. Like I hot tightened it in. On the heat break, I could loosen it a hair and slide it. I just worry about what that gap. I worry about what that gap might do. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, if it's PTFE, hold on. Yeah, it looks like it's PTFE, and if it's PTFE, I would think the gap wouldn't matter. So let's see. No, that's so we can have a further gap. This goes all the way through it, and then sits down in here. So if we give ourselves a little bit bigger of a gap, it's not going to matter. This will bridge it. Yeah. So I think this is the PTFE that we're using. This is going to feed all the way in there. So what I should be able to do, unless there's a separate piece of PTFE this came with that I'm missing, I honestly don't recall. I don't see it. So I think that we just are going to go a little bit further out. Oops, shit. Yeah, so we'll just do that then. We'll give it a little bit bigger of a gap. We'll go right about there. For this, you want real Capricorn PTFE. Yeah, I'll have to order some. I got what was in the bomb, but it's Ali, so I doubt that it's genuine. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, I didn't give myself much of a gap, but we didn't need a whole lot, so hopefully this will be enough to align us up a bit better. That looks pretty good. One last Ugga Dugga for Steve. Oh, wrong side. Is the, no, the JM just uses a probe, LDO kit uses IR. Yeah, JourneyMaker used to use a probe and they switched over to microprobe. It started off as a community mod, but it got really good feedback. Is the Betis hot end used in the LDO kits PTFE line as well? Yeah, that's way better. We're perfectly aligned now and we have a better gap. Awesome. Okay, dropping some screws in. Just quite literally dropping some screws. Including straight LDO has pins, so you can do whatever. Full metal. Cool. That's nice. I mean, I don't know that I don't know how much I'd be using this for printing things other than PLA, but that is cool. feels plenty tight. All right, well, that was useful. Referencing the video is useful. We've got just a little bit more, and yeah, since it is PTFE line, it's less of a deal because the PTFE is going to go all the way to the heat break regardless, so there won't be a gap. Awesome. Okay, so that's in place. Next, we're going to install our heat break fan, which I've got right here. Heat break fan. Feed the wiring through the curved slot on this. Wait, that's a spelling error. Feed the wiring of the fan through the curved slot on the side of the tool head. So I'm assuming it's looks like where it's gonna go. Yep. We'll go side view. PTFE line heat break should be illegal. I remember a time when that's all that existed was PTFE line heat breaks. Okay, let's not break this because the glass ABS is very, very brittle. There's like no flex, so I need to make sure I line this properly. There we go. This wire, I don't like how it's going in. I'm gonna pop the wires out and run them through the channel. There we go. Okay, that seems about right. Never had a clog. PTFE brakes are great for PLA. I know that, yeah, I know that some people swear by them for PLA. I have not had issues. There was a big debate at one point between PTFE line and all metal, and a quality all metal hot end is not going to give you clogging issues with PLA.
Thumbs up.
Nice, thank you very much for the €5. Yes, smash the thumbs up. From the V-Core. Yeah, the V-Core 4 is a gorgeous printer. Okay, let's see if I can not get this started without going in at an angle. Okay, that's definitely working. Basically just using a M3 socket head because it's a lot easier to control this. I'm getting threads going, so hopefully when I pop this back in, the flathead screws will have an easier time following the threads that I've just created. Yeah, it's way easier. Why not use the Fadis Positron Toolhead? I don't think they sell it publicly, do they? I just self-sourced everything that wasn't like, so the CNC parts were sent to me, but other than that, I self-sourced everything based off the BOM because I assume that is what most people would do if they were going to be building one of these. So okay, let's see. Hopefully we have an easier time now. Yeah, not available. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, this is straight from the JourneyMaker BOM. I went through it, added everything to a shopping cart, and ordered it. So, yeah, that's the reason why. It's going at a slight angle, but it's way better than it was before. So, yeah, that's going to be fine. Let's get the other screw. Definitely recommend getting the threads going on these fans before installing. It's just a lot easier. Yeah, way easier. Now, if we can get a Revo tool head, how would that work? It'd be, I don't know how that would work with their long straight combination like heat break thing. Okay. That is plenty tight. Okay, I'm not over tightening. I learned my lesson last week. Alrighty, we've got our heatsink fan in place. Such a strange tool head because of trying to keep it, you know, flat. It really makes it a funky tool head. Okay, next up we are going with our layer cooling fan, which is a beefy 5015 blower. This is a GDS time, and it looks like I'm trying to match orientation. So if we've got this like this, fan is going like, oops. Fan is going like this, right? That doesn't seem right. I'm screwing this thing up. I'm doing this backwards, aren't I? Yep, I'm doing it backwards. Okay, it's got to blow into. That makes a lot more sense. That's where it's going. So, do I need to do anything special with the? Looks like the wire goes underneath it. There's a channel down there. So let's see if we can. Let's just disconnect. Remove it from right there. Other way around, flip it. Yeah. Hey, Aaron. I was just testing you, Nappin. I'm glad you figured it out. All right, this is a tight fit kind of. Oh, come on. There we go. Nope. It wants to go. Has to go in further. Oh, don't break, don't break. Everybody hold your breaths for a second here. There's something I'm missing. Am I supposed to, let's see, place the blower fan? No, there's no sort of modifications that need to be done to it. It's just the this needs to go in here. It is Oh, that felt like it popped in. Oh, come on. It's like, it's very close. Oh, we got it. I think we got it. That seems like that's good enough. You definitely did want to move that wire though. Looks like it's probably gonna go like this, I take it? Maybe? But if I'd kept it in there, it would have been pinched or trapped. So you definitely need to take that wire out. Nathan, gotta go have a nice day. Hey, thank you for stopping by, appreciate it. You need to have a secret voice channel so you hear me scream. What blowers are those? Yeah, these are GDS time. Yep. Hey, Lisa. Let me see if there's in the, if I go here, I'm curious to see if we can see where the blower fan wire is. No, it doesn't really, there's nothing. Is it saying anything on the next page? Secure the nut, the fan wiring will be fed through this slot. Yeah, so I think I did it right. I feel fairly confident, which is maybe scary. Okay, so we've got, make sure my orientation is correct. So the screw is coming from the back side, so right here, like that. And that is definitely not, oh, there we go. Feels like it's not quite long enough. It wants us to secure it with an M3 hex. So it might be exactly long enough, especially because I know we want to keep everything low profile. Hey Zolan, time for the percussive assembly portion of the stream. Yeah, let's see if I push this. I'm just gonna hold the nut against that and then push from the back and see if I can get it to just get like 1 tooth. Oh, no, it's just shy. It's so freaking close. It makes me wonder, like, I wouldn't want to go longer, so I almost wonder if it's still my alignment that's slightly off, that's putting it at an angle. That looks perfect. We're perfectly aligned on this side. On this side, I feel like we're freaking close. Now that looks good to me. That's all the way in. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if you guys can see that. It's like, focus. I just need like one more tooth of that screw to give it something to bite onto. I don't know that that's going to be enough as is. Let me make sure. Pretty sure this is the longest screw size that we've got. Let's see, it says M320, which I believe is what we were using. Yeah, the design of the tool head is really cool. I mean, it's a really weird tool head, right? But because of the design constraints to make this so small, it is really neat. I'm sure this is the same screw, but let's pop this out. Yeah, they're identical. Why are we not going through now? There we go. Ah, man, I don't know. I don't want to squeeze. I don't want to squeeze things. Let's see if I push. I just don't see it. I don't see. Okay, I'm going to set this down. Nope. Because it really doesn't need a lot of force. Or it doesn't need a lot to keep it in place. I'm going to try to keep it on the edge. What are your thoughts on the Carvera? I haven't used it, and so I know like there's 2 versions, and I don't know much about the Air. I think the Air, they got rid of a lot of stuff, but the original Carvera, son of a gun, the original Carvera seems really cool to me. I don't know that there's anything really comparable, considering it's a tool changer, or that has automatic tool changing built into it. I think it's freaking sweet. I think it's really cool. I know that Ellie over at Coco Press has one. Yeah, I don't know what. Hey browser, I just picked up my Carvera. Oh, sick. How are you liking it, Aaron? Toddler with a fever. Oh gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is it missing an insert? No, it shows. It shows here. You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if okay, I think that this screw should be able to go deeper in if this is fully centered by just a hair. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh, I think that's it. So, okay, bear with me 1 second. I can't really show this on camera because it's so, damn it, dude. So let me show, okay. Before I try to do what I'm doing, let me show this. So this hole, oops, this hole is different than the rest of them, right? Like they all kind of have a matching geometry to it. This one has a big opening. So you can see that's off-centered, right? If I apply enough pressure to hold it like that, I'm able to get this screw to go through, sit a hair deeper, let's see, and give me like 2 threads. So what I need is to be an octopus, so that I can hold this. Let's see, maybe if I go, can I one-hand it like this? If I just, let's see. We're so close, I feel it. I think I, oh no! No, I shot it, damn it. We're so close. I think this is it, because again, like, this is just a fan. It only needs like a thread and a half to hold it in place. But you really don't have a lot of, let's see. Okay. This is it. I can feel it. There we go. It's right there. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, dude. I know we're gonna get it. It's there. It's just a matter of the getting the right angle on it. Because now I'm able to get a few threads to pop through, but it's really awkward to hold the nut in place. Come on, bud. You're right there. You were right freaking there, dude. I think I got it. Let me let's see. Oh, you know what? I think if I use this to prevent this from spinning. Yep. I think I got it. I think I did it. Come on, baby. Oh, dude, it skipped off. Frustrating, man. Oh, yeah. When you built your sidewire kit switchwire, did you use the official switchwire build manual? No, because it's not a switchwire, it's an ender wire. So I used the ender wire manual. Yeah, I used the ender wire manual. Cyborg has one. They've updated it a few times. It's quite good. There's some gaps, but it's really not bad. Dude, this is frustrating. I'm open to ideas. It's so freaking close. I just don't think we can use a longer screw. Yeah, I don't know what the heck to do right now. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'm a little torn. The only, I'm trying to think, is there anything else I could think of that we could do? I wonder if there's a way to mold a metal mold like Gato cast. Oh, that seems like anything else. Wonder if we use a different screw, if this screw will make it a little bit easier. Kind of don't think so. It's just, this is a wafer. Let's just try it. We got nothing to lose. No, that's worse. It's gotta be that screw. Put a heat insert in the fan portion to retain. Put a heat insert in the fan portion. Oh, I get what you're saying. Shove a heat insert deep down in there. That way we're just attaching to the heat insert and ignore this guy altogether. The only other thing I could think of would be to like try to sand a little bit of this away. Let's try this too. Let's just, hold on. Let's sand a hair of this. Aaron, did you say how you've been liking your Carrera? I don't know if I missed it or not. I also don't want to sand off too much. Oh my god. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yes. Let me just do one last little squeeze and we did it. It is in. Yes. All right. It is in. So filing off just a hair gave me enough where I could push and get it to bite down. So I haven't used it yet. I set it all up. Okay, nice. Do you, don't they come with some example jobs? I feel like they do. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe I'm thinking of SnapMaker. I know SnapMaker has some like example jobs to kind of learn the machine. You have to let me know what you think about it though. I'm definitely curious. Okay, we did it. Holy crap. Woohoo! Yeah, that was a very, very, very tight fit. Okay, let's we'll put on the boss music now. Nice, as requested it, and I feel like we're on boss level now. Okay, that's in. We did the nut portion. It says that wires are going through there, so I'm taking it that this will just kind of go like this. This-ish. I'll have to be careful. So because they had to pop the wires out, they're not riding in that channel that it normally has. So we'll want to be careful. Unless I screwed up and they're supposed to go in that damn channel. It looks like there might have been an opening for them. I think it'll be okay. As long as I'm mindful, it does press down to basically be flush with this printed part, so I think we'll be okay. I just got to be careful to not smash them. Yeah, we'll be okay, I think. That's fine. Okay. Whew. Hey, can UCDs? Yes, they do. I just haven't had. We drove to Farico Friday, and it was a 5-hour drive. Holy crap! I drove back the same day. I also have a Rat Rig 500 and Positron to build as well now. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Are you gonna post some of the photos and stuff as you're doing them on like X or whatever? Okay. So we're not doing the IR probe. We are doing the micro probe. So let's get the micro probe out, and then we'll reference the CAD on how to install it because it'll be a little bit different than the guide. This started off as a community mod, and I think that the feedback was really positive, so they decided to make it the official Toolhead, but it was fairly recent. I think they will break over time like this. The fan wires you think will break? Do you think we should try it one more time? Take the bolt out? It took me half an hour. All right, we'll do a quick vote. If we even a little electrical tape. I'll do like a 60-second vote. All right. Do we undo the screw to try to feed the wires underneath? All right, here we go. Let's do like 60 seconds. Ugh. I think Aaron turned off my music. I think she's taking a nap. 83%. He threatens fate taking it out, but I'd do it because it would annoy me forever. All right, we'll do it. Screw it. Sorry, Aaron. Other Aaron. Unless you're taking my Spotify, we'll do it. All right, so I thought that the wires needed to come out, but it looks like, looking at it from this way, that there is an opening to feed these through the channel. So although this screw was rough to get in, we're gonna take it back out. So let's feed these through. Yeah, it looks like there is a path for them to go through, which, that's my bad. If we can get the damn things to go, let's see. Okay, that one's in. You know what, I think we need to switch this up. That needs to come out. Black wire needs to go in first. There we go. Now red wire. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it looks like these do stay in. And you just kind of feed them like this. So I think you just need to, it looks like you need to pre-feed them through. So if you get the wires through already, Hopefully this will work. Yep. Yeah, that was the superior way to do it. Now our wires have no risk of being damaged. And the question is, can I get this damn nut back on? I know I've done it once, so I know I can do it again. And I'm hoping that because I did it once, it might be a little bit easier this time. It can't be harder, right? I'm just gonna not show it on camera so I can... Come on. We got it. We got it. Yes. Okay. So second time was way easier. Oops. Let's see, we made sure people who never built printers could build a Positron. Made it easier now that you did it once. Yeah. Hey, Jax. No worries, Maurice. You're probably right, man. If I got this thing together and then the fan just stopped working because I didn't go back and fix it, I would be irritated with myself. So, nope. Sometimes I need to hear the cold hard truth. So, let me just try to do one last little turn on this. They actually don't use a lot of self-tapping. I think we've only self-tapped one thing so far, which was a single fan. Everything else has been heat inserts and now this nut. So yeah, that's plenty tight. Okay, now we're doing micro probe. So micro probe, we've got our wires. Used the press. Oh, you used the press quite a bit on this one. Don't make me call Steve, don't. Steve will pop in, watch any second. My ears are ringing. I think that, I don't know if Steve knows that I was streaming early today. Also, 30 more minutes and we will open up the JourneyMaker filament giveaway. So I think we have, what do we got here? 2 different wire options, is that what this is? We'll go with the longer one. So we will plug this in because these are usually pretty difficult to get plugged in once you have it on a printer. All right. Hey, Pedro. Clack 3 times with your shoes. Yeah, if I install the belt upside down, Steve will surely show up at this gold bee. Okay, so for this, because it's not in the instructions since they were using the IR probe prior to this mod, it looks like, I think I measured these already, or didn't measure them, but I read. These are M320s. We've got 2 of them, one here, one here. These ones do look like they just go straight into the plastic, so here's another self-tapper. Cable is facing inward, it appears. And by inward, I mean just towards the rest of the hot end assembly. And then let me turn on the frame so we can kind of see how it sits. Okay, well that seems straightforward enough, I suppose. Let's see, like this. Plug is going inward, like this. No, what am I doing? That can't be right. This seems right. Okay. Yeah, so this just sits right here. What's the CAD viewer? This is Shaper 3D. Yeah, so I bought this, I bought an iPad like 3 years ago that I've hardly ever used, but one of the reasons I got it initially was because I was like, sweet, I can use Shaper 3D to CAD on the go. And I love Shaper 3D. In the last 3 years, it has evolved so much. It was originally just an iPad app, then they brought it over to Mac, then they brought it over to Windows. Then they added syncing, so you can work on your iPad, pick it up on Windows, and then pick it up on Mac. It was a direct modeling CAD, so there was no parametric modeling, and they have officially added parametric modeling to it. It's now in base version, so yeah, I'm a big fan. It is not a free CAD. I think I pay, I want to say I pay $120 a year for it. There's no sponsor, although if they want a sponsor, but there is no sponsor. I've paid for it for like at least the last 3+ years now. I really like it. I think it's smooth, quite intuitive. I don't feel like it's, I don't think it's as powerful as Fusion is because there's not like cam as well as a few other things, but for CAD modeling, rendering, it does it well and very smoothly in technical drawings and stuff. Yeah, it's always been subscription only as far as I'm aware, Beef. At least it's been that way since I've used it for 3 years. So it's older than 3 years, but in the last 3 years, it's always been a subscription based. So, but I mean, at $10 a month, if you're actually using the CAD software, I don't think that's awful. So I personally love SolidWorks. SolidWorks is so expensive. Okay, so we've got this in place, and from what I can see, we're just going to use these screws, and they're going to go through the little plastic standoffs. I think they're going to self-tap, so let's get this started. Where's the right? There we go. Feels like, okay, I was gonna say, I don't think that was supposed to be. It's also weird. It's weird the way this sits. Something tells me it's because my overhangs aren't very pretty. Where is Micro Pro? There we are. No, yeah. Okay, no, it's like that. My screw heads just don't go down all that far into those cavities, so I'll do my best. As long as we grab a couple threads into the Micro Probe, I think that's all that really matters. So let's see if I go. Yeah, that feels like that's gonna hold just fine. So let's get the other one in. This one's a little bit cleaner. What's $300 a year? SolidWorks? I'm looking at alternative Fusion 360 for Positron because Fusion just doesn't use. Oh, your GPU. Okay, we'll do like. Okay, that's it. I do not want to go further. At the risk of stripping something, and then we'll tighten this one a couple more turns as well. Cool. That looks slick. I like the way that looks. It's so small. Look at it. So cute. I've had 2 of these sitting in my parts drawer for quite a while, waiting for their time to shine, and this feels like the right. I'm happy that this is the first time I get to use it. This feels like a cool build to check out the Micro Probe on. So, awesome. Micro Probe is in. Now we should be able to revert back to the actual manual. So yeah, we're not doing the IR. What is this thing? Okay, using zip ties. So this is just for all of our cable management. The thing I'm not sure of. Is the wire routing. So it shows that wires go up there, which I get, but so like, let's see, if I pull, some of the things here are quite obvious, like this guy, looks like there's a little section here for this, which feeds those there. We've got Thermistor going through here as well, followed by our heater wires. It's really the Micro Probe, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's also not break this tab. Okay, I don't like that. Hold on. Come on, dude. There we go. Okay, so yeah, the Micro Probe, that's the only thing that I don't see an obvious path. Who made plans for this 3D printer? But Shaper 3D is free for students. Oh, is it? Free for students? I didn't realize that. Maybe that's why I started it. Where do you find Shaper 3D for $10 US a month? Maybe I'm grandfathered in and that's just what I pay. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not BSing. Let's see, Shaper. Introducing Shaper, so I would have paid for it probably. Holy crap. I am paying more than $10 a month. Oh, alrighty, yeah, I must. So the last payment was on January 6th, and it was $239 for the year. So I am paying double of what I thought I was paying. I think what happened was maybe I initially had a, I think originally there was a coupon that I used for like the first year. So this would have been Shaper 3D order. Where is it? So this was monthly. So I paid $30 for a single month at one point. receipt for Apple, standard yearly. Okay, so yeah, it looks like back in 2021, I got it for $167 for the year, and that was a like a intro pricing. So yeah, I lied. It's $20 a year. So it's a little bit more. Yeah, I've had it set up on auto because I'm like, well, I need it, I use it, so it just does it. Well, thank you for that, everyone. Another wake up call. But yeah, the thing I'm not sure of is all the wires seem obviously to route right there, and then I can put some zip ties through it, but this one doesn't, the microprobe. So I'm curious is if we look at the video, is this the microprobe build?
Apply and allowed the hot end to heat
It
for
doesn't
about a minute.
look like it is.
This printer uses a 3mm of bearings. Later in this video, I switched up the tool.
No, yeah, that's the IR. So let's see if we can see a visual when he switches over, because he does go with the
single connection. You should place a sleeve to enclose the works and adjust the belt tensioner.
Okay, so that's still the IR. Okay, no. So this is where the micro probe should be at. So it's not there yet.
At this point, the only... And just like that, the printer is
Okay,
complete.
so I see the
and ready to
micro
go.
probe now.
This build took me roughly 5 hours to complete, and I did it all in
Wow, the build took him 5 hours. It's gonna take me 20.
This is the Feel Touch.
Okay, here we go. So it looks like the wires just pull over. That doesn't make sense. Do you? It looks like the wires are being ran in the opposite direction. I don't see how that's... Wait, probe is that way. Okay. Yeah, it looks to me... I don't fully understand how this is being ran. Maybe if I feed it, let me see. It kind of looks like it's being fed up through here, but there's definitely no space for that without taking the fan out again, and I don't think I have it. I don't think I have it in me. We do it a third freaking time? Because it looks like I could feed them over here. If I run over this fan and go to that corner, I think we're just gonna do it one last damn time, and this is hopefully it. Oh, yay. Hey, Luke. I can just find $2.99 a year for Shaper. Yeah, we're gonna do it one last time. One more time. Okay, so if I go like this, and I go like this. Hopefully this will get updated, or I don't know, just the routing for this does not seem very obvious to me. And I wouldn't care as much, but since it's a compact build, you sort of have to care. Okay. Come on, buddy. I don't understand now. It doesn't want to go. There we go. Okay, what do we think? Are we thinking that's good? That seems... So, I'd love feedback on this, because this is a little bit of a guess here. So that means it's going to be going over this fan, but I think that because there's this outer rim on it, I don't believe we're going to have to worry about too much. And I'm going based off this. Like, this is really all I've got to go based off. This image here of it being built it looks like it's just being ran over the fan and then going in where the fan is. Been looking for a bit while in and out of meetings. The toolhead does not look fiddly at all. Is there a hint of sarcasm on that? It doesn't say how many people building on it at the same time. Looks right enough to me. This wouldn't haunt me. Yeah, okay, we'll do it then. This feels right. I don't see any other path that's going to do what we want. Let's make sure all of our wires are going out the way we want. This looks beautiful. Okay. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay, third time is the charm. I think this is like the final part of the toolhead as well, so we can hopefully put this in the rear view in a second here. And it's getting easier to get that nut on every single time. Okay, so we will hold this up against me. Cool. All right, I think that's good. So now we can route. The last thing I'm a little bit curious about though is this. There's some threads on top here. I don't see any mention of that. Using the slots in the zip tie tool, zip ties are meant to feed into the slots and wrap around the wiring. Use 8mm cable wrap. That's it. So that's really. Oh, you know what? That's what that's for. That was if we. Okay, so I don't think we're even using this section. So those are probably just 2 extra heat inserts. You just jinxed it. We need to remove it at least one more time. Is it a 2D toolhead? Very thin. Yeah, it's super thin toolhead because it has to be flat, right? Because of the compact nature of this printer. So yeah, this is. I mean, this is basically it. It is a very unique toolhead. So, okay, well let's do this. Let's feed all these wires through. And it looks like it's saying we'll attach these wires to this side, these wires to this side, and then there's going to be a cable wrap at some point, but we won't worry about a cable wrap yet. Let's just at least get these wires under control, and then we can move on to the next portion of this. So yeah, I think this is what they intend for the zip ties, basically just to kind of group everything together like this, hopefully. We won't go crazy tight. And then let's get one more. Let's get some flush cutters. Pancake. Yeah, called the flapjack. This is the flapjack hot end. Or toolhead. Okay. Are you really not going to color code those wires? Steve is crying. Color code? We are not color coding. I need to get the my label maker and the heat. I have the heat inserts that we can label, which would be pretty handy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty clean to me. As far as the cable management goes, that's really, for how compact that is, it looks clean. So what we'll end up doing, I wish there was an attachment point. You know what, I'll probably just zip it all. So yeah, we've basically got the same kind of sleeving that the Prusa uses, or the Prusa printers. So once we've got this routed, then I'll put this on. But for now, because I don't know how much length I might need to cut off of this, we'll just leave it like this. But toolhead's done, believe it or not. The toolhead is done. So I'm very excited about that. It was certainly some question marks, but we didn't break anything. Knock on wood. So do you know later on which one is the part cooling and the hot end fan? Yes. Part cooling is going to be the big 5015, and this little guy right here is what's blowing directly on the heatsink. So we've got, you can see the 5015 blows through here, and then you've got the openings, basically the vent holes that then blow out towards where the nozzle's at. So, I mean, a 5015 is a pretty big blower for such a compact printer. So cool, Z's done, Toolhead is done. Awesome, now we get to move on to motor stuff, and then in 15 minutes we will open up the Polymaker giveaway. I'll post a link and then we'll have that open for about half an hour. Oh, you mean which one of the wires? Yeah, I believe the one that's folded up, oh, you can't see that. I believe the one that's folded up is gonna be our 5015. But I mean, worst comes to worst, I just power it on, check and clipper, and discover that, you know, it's moving the wrong one. So it's fairly common to any build I've done where I'm like, I think it's this one. So yeah, if it was something important, I would be more careful to label it. But with this, worst comes to worst, I just either change the pin number or physically swap the plugs afterwards. That's also true. I wouldn't even need to use heat shrink. I could just use a label and then slap it on there, but it's okay for now. It's just 2 fans, and I'm nearly positive that the thinner, shorter one is gonna be for the smaller fan. So if I'm wrong, I'll let you know, but I think that's gonna be correct. Alrighty, so we are moving on to the motor assembly, which is exciting. So for this, we have got, I already started this actually. I did one of these, and we need to create 10 of them. So creating 10 sets of pulleys. So the pulleys are consisting of these really thin 7mm inner, 13mm outer by 0.2 millimeter thick spacers. Don't tell Steve. Yeah, so these guys are wafer thin. We have manual focus on, that's not gonna focus. There we go. These are wafer thin. So we're using these small inner bearings, these little guys. And then we're using these bigger outer bearings. And so the way that these work, I tested one off stream because I was like, I wanna make sure that I understand the assignment. So you take one of these bigger, let's just take them all out. We need all of these right now. Okay, so you got these bigger bearings. You got the smaller bearings. Should probably take all these out too. I think we're gonna just be going through all these. So you take the smaller flange bearing and you slide one of these onto there. Let's see, can you see what I'm doing? Here we go. Slide one of these on, it just sort of pushes in place like that. Just try not to bend them. Then get a second one. Let's just take everything out. We're gonna be forming a small assembly line here. Okay, so flange bearing, little washer guy, another one. So let's make sure we don't do the wrong amount, but it should be 2 of them. Then you take this larger bearing, and it's basically a press fit. So you press the non-flange side into it like so, and then you have one edge to your pulley. So on the other side, we'll just do the same thing. Another flange. Two of these. And press fit it in place. Tolerances on these are okay. They're not great. So I've noticed that even just from doing the first ones, it seems like one side is much tighter than the other. Like one side, once you press fit it, it's not coming out unless you really pull at it, while the other one will just fall out. But there's gonna be screws running through all these, so it doesn't really matter, but it's something to be mindful of, so that way you don't accidentally drop it. So I'm just gonna rinse and repeat that. I gotta make 8 more. So we've got, I think the key thing that I can see myself screwing up on is doing too many of these washers or spacers, because they're so thin, it's really easy to have 2 of them together when you don't realize it. So there's one, yeah, one side is tight. There we go. Oops. Yep. Okay. And press this in. Yeah, maybe it's just like that on all of them. One side is tighter than the other. Spacer, yeah, spacers! So we got one. We've got two. Press it on. Okay, set it down. Yep, that was too many. They're so, it's just, these are the thinnest spacers I've ever used at 0.2 millimeters. So it's just gotta sort of slide them back and forth in your hand to make sure they're not stuck together. All right. His clock is, you mean the marble clock, right? Super freaking cool. Yeah, you really need a hard surface for the tighter side. Hey Steve, you are just right on time. We got the tool head done, and now we are working on the motor mounts. I can show you, if you didn't see it, I can show you the tool head in a second here. It's pretty cool looking. Yeah, let me finish. I'm on spacer mode, so let me get this done and I'll show you. Let's see, 1, 2. He isn't even done yet, but at some point you'll need OSHA shines for hearing protection. I must have not seen the latest one then. I think I saw the first two. I think the first 2 episodes are the ones that I saw. One and 2. Oop, there you go. This one was tight on both sides. So yeah, I think it's just a manufacturing tolerance thing. These are AliExpress bearings, so. He's adding seconds. Oh my god. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Talk about scope creep. Okay, that one's on. We're getting there. We're rounding. We're over the halfway point on these. 1 and 2. All right, 2 more to go. Fingers crossed I counted correctly for all of these, because it's quite a few, and again, with how small they are, you can definitely see this being a point where someone like me misses one or adds one. Last one. Yep. You mean a marble sorter, sort of. Sorts 18 or 19. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll have to watch the. How recent is the recent one? Was it just this last weekend? All right. So, hopefully, I'm just gonna like line them up and see if any of them seems higher than the rest. This one seems slightly. Dude, they're so narrow. I can't. They all look like just a single. So I'm gonna have to hope for the best. Did anyone see me? If anyone saw me do 1 or 3, speak now, or we're moving forward. We're hoping for the best. Also, Steve, this is what the Toolhead's looking like right now. So super flat. It's got a 50-15, a 50-15 for part cooling. It's using a micro probe for auto bed leveling, sort of a modified Ender 3 hot end for you know, with a right angle for the hot end, and then it's a, what is this, a 20-15-25 I think for the blower for the heatsink cooling. Hey PC. Yeah, hopefully I did this right. How many left over are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't like that there's 11. I don't like. I think we just gotta move forward and hope for the best. I don't know. Hey, Steve's here. How's Steve? Let's see, what do we got for Steve? We'll do squirrel sounds for Steve. He gets it. Hey Jen, I am hungry as well. I wonder if some server company somewhere started wondering why 50-15 fans started being so much cheaper than other random sizes. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so hopefully we didn't screw up our pulleys. Let's get the giveaway link open. It's gonna be here, send, shorten link. Oh, my bag. Okay. Here we go. Paste. Bam. All right. So we'll leave that open for 30 minutes and some change because we're a little bit early for this slot we're doing right now. Also, we hit 100 likes right when Steve showed up. Thank you, Steve. Let's see if we can hit, there's 126 people here. Let's see if we can hit 125. That's our next target. Thank you, everyone that's liked. Okay. So I'm gonna hope that I counted correctly and that it was the vendor I purchased these from that was one off when counting them out, because I feel like having 11 is a weird number, but these are so dang small that there's no way I can go back through these right now and check. So I feel pretty good that I didn't squirrel out in my counts. So let's get our motor mounts now and do some threaded infids. Looks like these are the same. They should be mirrored, right? Yep, mirrored ones. So cool. Steve with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Steve. Let's see, what do we got? We got air horn for Steve, here for Steve, and Steve gets the Hadouken as well. Steve gets it all. Thank you very much, Steve. Also, I did get your text. I did get your text earlier. I woke up this morning and I just finished my script for the video last night, so I hopped in front of the camera, recorded it, set up for the stream, and went live. And I wanted to spend some time on responding to you, so I will respond later today. But I did get your message. I needed more than a quick reply. So, check out the. I know you've got at least the LDO beta, and I don't know if you have the kit yet, but check out this toolhead. It's such a funky toolhead. And this one's gonna be different than the one you have then, because you've got the LDO one is like Fadus and then an IR. So this one's using a micro probe for leveling. It's just something they recently swapped over to. It's just using, it looks like a modified Ender 3 block, or Ender 3 heatsink with a V6 style block that's modified for the right angle with a custom silicone sock, 50-15 blower, and then I think this was a 25-15 fan for it. So it took some definite finessing. This was my mortal enemy. This bolt is exactly enough to get like 2 threads on the nut, and because I used the this is the Thriatech glass ABS, and I think my flow was just a little bit too high, so it took me, I'm not proud to admit it, but probably 20 minutes to get this nut on. I ended up having to sand a little bit, but it was rough. What's he say? Steve said, I have the pre-built LDO and also have oh, you rebuilt the toolhead. Yeah. Is the one that you rebuilt, was it using the Fadus hot end already, or were you using this same style of hot end? How does the right angle filament path work? It feels like this could cause issues. Yeah, I think it definitely has an increased chance of clogs. I have not actually printed with it yet. So I can't really speak on it. I think Steve's printed at least a few times on his. So I don't know. Have you ran into any clogging issues, Steve? I think heat creep is really one of the main issues. As long as you have enough force from the extruder, I feel like shoving it around the corner is going to be okay. But man, if you do get a clog, I don't know how you would really go about unclogging it. Okay, no issues yet, Steve says. Also, do you know if the Fadis one's all metal? Because this is a PTFE lined hot end. And Nomad said he wasn't sure. He thought it was all metal, but he wasn't sure. Okay, so let's do these couple heat inserts. There's only 2 of them, it looks like. So let's grab these. Not sure. Okay, yeah, he wasn't sure either. Mysteries. Get our holy crap. Get our stealth press out. Has anyone seen that there's a mini stealth press coming out? It looks awesome. And realistically, I think that the mini stealth press is probably enough for 99% of what I would actually be using, or what I'm using this for. So if you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. I don't know if it's launched yet. It was definitely teased, at least on Twitter. That is not a... I'm glad I didn't turn the heat on yet. This is a I still have the big old M5 or M6 insert on here from the part we did here. What is this? This is a M6. So let's get our M3 on. Oops, there we go. So probably not, no, I would not think this is a TPU printer. I really think this is a PLA printer, honestly. If the Fadis hot end is all metal, I would say PLA and PETG, but I really feel like that's the extent of it. I think the more, like, you know, the novel aspect of it is that it's small, portable, and breaks down so easily into a small little box. But yeah, that's my opinion. Is I certainly wouldn't. The idea of having to take apart this toolhead to remove TPU makes me sad. Like, just the thought of having to do that makes me sad. So I wouldn't. I don't recommend it. Do they have an enclosure that fits into a filament box? Also, I don't believe so. I'm only using mine for peak. Classic zombie. Yeah, the holes are just a little too small for the heat inserts to fit into, which is a little bit of a bummer. I've had to clean up most of the heat insert holes, so it doesn't fit perfectly. We're just going to get this on here like so, and then sort of force it into place. That went in at an angle. The whole purpose of this is to not have things go at an angle. Awesome. All right, we'll have to clear that one up really quickly. I think I got it mostly. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly feed a socket head through here to clear out the whole. Yeah. I don't think this is an issue with the design. I think this is a me issue. So pretty sure this is more related to the glass ABS having a little bit more texture that makes it stick out on what's already fairly tight tolerances. And then also the flow on my Cheaty Q1 being a little bit too high. I think that I secretly just like building printers on hard mode. Like, how can I make this more difficult for myself? I seem to really find the way. All right, that looks like it's going in straight. Boop, boop. Yeah, it still took off a little extra material because of the hole being. There we go. That was much cleaner than the first one. Look at that. Look at that. We did it. Oh yeah, the glass ABS is gorgeous. That's why I did it. It was not because it was necessary by any means. It looks really freaking good. Like this is the panel, so like top panel, or the, yeah. It just looks pretty. It has a nice sheen to it. Let me see if I can get a piece with like, here we go. So you can kind of see the texture. Yeah, it just has a really nice uniform texture to it. Makes it look kind of rugged, but totally overkill. Okay, that is in. Now we are going to do the motors. So this one says insert the pulley and secure it. Interesting. Do you just drop it? Cool. Okay. Well, it looks like I cut it down to the exact size it needs to be at, possibly. There's no mention. Assemble 2 motors for X and Y. There's no mention of spacing. Huh. Unless it's further, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. So let me unplug this so I don't burn myself. And then I did mentioned a few times now, but I cut the motors down and I left a Sharpie mark on the one that should be just a hair longer. They're not, my motors are cut within about 1/3 of a millimeter to what they're actually supposed to be. I used a hacksaw, so it was not perfect. So I left the Sharpie mark on the Z that's supposed to be just a hair longer than the others. Check the CAD, yeah, I can do that. Check the CAD really quick to see if there seems like there's any spacing. I guess I'm so used to building Core XY printers lately that it's weird to me to not have an offset, but let's see if we go. Sure doesn't look like there's any spacing on either of those. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Gosh, what? Sorry about that. It doesn't look like there's any spacing. So X and Y, they're the same exact height. Crazy belt path. Really wild belt path. So, okay, so we will just slap the pulleys on both of these, and then we are going to use Loctite. We are going to use Loctite. So let me find. Here's one of them. Let's back the screws out of here. Oh, there we are. A little bit tight, and that's because of the because of my hacksaw job. I did take a file to the tops. There's quite a bit of extra space on mine. That's interesting. Hopefully that's not an issue. Let's really quickly look at the. Let's look at the lengths. I swore I used the jigs. It has to be about right. So from top of there to top of there, we want roughly 11.5 millimeters. So let's see if I measure. I'm just going to measure the pulley. If I can find. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So I'm assuming pulleys, what, 8 then? 8 millimeters probably? No, 10 millimeters. So I should have 1.5 millimeters sticking out the top, roughly. And I have got 1 millimeter, 1.07 sticking out the top, roughly. Okay, cool. Oh, looks like we're good. It's just, it threw me a little bit because it looks perfectly flush. It looks perfectly flush here. So maybe that's what I am aligning it to. You are my guy. I found your channel 4 weeks ago, and in that time I've rooted and unrooted my K1 Max. Didn't know what to do once in. Try to tell me. flash my laptop and link. Nice. Oh, welcome, Damon. I'm glad that I can help you out and cause some chaos. So yeah, it looks like these are flush. So that's what we'll do then. We're gonna align these to the top and hope for the best. It looks like if we're looking at these from this angle, if there is any gap, the gap appears to be right here, and the top is as flush as possible. So that's what we'll do. We'll basically just, I'll probably just place like a, I think I'll just eyeball it actually to get as flat as possible. Okay, cool. So, here's the second one. The good chaos. Yeah, no, the fun chaos. Believe me, I do the same. All of the crazy rabbit holes that I make videos on are only there because I've gone down the same rabbit holes, and the goal is to hopefully save people time and struggle, because I feel like I hit most. Did I throw a set screw in the trash right now? There's only one set screw in here. I wonder if I just threw a set screw in the trash. If I did, it's okay. We got plenty. No, it looks like it's just missing a set screw. So I think as part of the BOM, it has you purchase some. Yep. So we've got plenty. And make us spend money on more nice stuff. Hey, I do the same. Okay, I do the same. Okay, we've got Loctite right here. Oh, you know what? Let me grab that bag out of the trash so I can squirt a little Loctite on it. Let's get these set screws installed. Okay. Flip it. Yeah, screw it. Flip it like that. That is way too much. You guys can't see what I'm doing because I don't have camera angle on. There we go. Scored the poly dryer in an extra box after seeing it on Steve's. Nice. That's what Saturday's video is going to be on that, actually. I've been using it for a month, and I picked up a couple more of them. But yeah, I've got thoughts. I did not go into too detail. Lots of good. A few tiny nitpicks, but overall, it's a really cool system. Hey, Demano, thank you very much for the $10 donation, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Let's do a cheer. Thank you very much. Okay, so all I'm gonna do right now is dip the set screws, put them back in. And for anyone, almost dropped it. For anyone not aware, I feel like a broken record because I mention it every time I use it, but Loctite, if you're using actual Loctite and ABS or ASA, do not mix. It will degrade your part and it will cause cracking. So only ever use Loctite on, if it's touching a filament, make sure it's not one of those two, but I only use it really on set screws. And I learned that the hard way because I had no idea, and I was using it for a bunch of screws on my original V0 build, and I kept having the parts crack after a day or two, and I couldn't figure out why. And I switched to nylon. I was like, I don't know, maybe the ABS just isn't a good material for this. And I switched to nylon, and then it magically started working. Well, it's because one of the properties of nylon is that it's really chemical resistance is a really big property of it. And so it wasn't actually till much later that I discovered the cause was the Loctite, and it was like all the light bulbs going off in my head and the flashbacks of like, oh my God, it all makes sense now. Okay, so I don't know, my motor shafts are not perfectly flat, and that is a product of me hacksawing. So what I'm gonna do, let's first, we'll tighten one of the set screws so that way it is aligned with the flat part of the motor shaft. So that way, there we go, it can still go up and down, but it can't go left and right without turning the motor. And I'm going to raise this up until it's basically flat. So like the posts are curved and I'm trying to raise it up so that the highest point of the, the highest point of my motor shaft is flush with this pulley. That's what I'm going for. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? I don't entirely know, but it makes sense to me that I wouldn't want anything sticking up above that. So that's what we're gonna go for. And if it doesn't work, I will revisit this later. So we'll tighten these in place, and then these small set screws are one of the few exceptions where I don't like using the ball end drivers because they strip very easily. So I will use the Weras, and we will do a little extra because these are not going to be fun to fish out later if we these are not going to be fun to fish out later if the set screws get loose. We want them nice and tight. Okay, so I'm happy with that one. We're going to rinse and repeat the same thing on the other side. Learned it a long time ago as a kid on my RC. Oh, nice. Yeah, I missed that lesson. Sorry, I missed some chat, I think. I really dig that it's small and energy efficient. The modular system is a plus. Yeah. I am really hoping, because so initially, man, I don't want to give away too much of the video. I feel like I've been working on this video and I'm going to give away the spoilers and you're like, I don't need to see it now. But anyways, when JourneyMaker initially reached out and asked if I wanted to test out, it was really ambiguous. They said basically that, you know, we've got a new piece of hardware we've been developing, and, you know, you were sort of mentioned as someone, I don't know the exact terms, but like, you know, are you interested in testing it out? And they didn't say, like, there was no like, oh, you've got to make a video. It's just, hey, we're looking for feedback on it and we'd like your feedback. So I said, okay. And then I was told that it's a dryer. And that was basically it. Nick over at JourneyMaker didn't want to give me too much detail because he's like, I just want you to sort of like unveil it and see what it's all about yourself. And I said, okay, cool. I was initially thinking it was going to be a big dryer because that's something that I feel like is really missing in the space. And I don't mean big like the Sunloop Pillow Dryer S4 is a freaking monster, but it doesn't do big spools without hacking it up. So I was happy. Once I saw the system, I've been quite happy with it, but I was a little bit saddened because I thought I was gonna be able to dry my larger spools. There's some from IC3D, their PTG spools are just so freaking big, and PTG is one of those ones where after a while, like, I need to dry them. But what I'm hoping for is that if this system gets enough adoption, that JourneyMaker will be inclined to release a different drying box that will either just accept bigger spools or even accept 2 of the dryers to like super dry a big spool. If they don't, I'm sure that somebody is going to make a printed version that can hold larger spools. But one of the, like, there's been DIY storage dry box solutions and stuff for a long time, and one of my favorite things is that, like, this is turnkey. There's a lot of things I don't mind DIYing, but for a system like this, I just want something that I don't have to think about, right? Like, just throw it in, slap it on, it's dry, pull it off, pop the bottoms on, and store it. So I would love to have the option for some bigger filament down the road. Are those 6mm pulleys, or are they also custom? These are standard 6mm pulleys. Yeah, these are not custom. Okay, that feels relatively flush, so we're gonna go with that. Yeah, these are not custom. I think they just use larger, the belts are super small, so they're using larger pulleys than the belts. There's already somebody that made a mount so you can put it on a big, oh, sick, okay, cool. I've seen some of the mods, I mentioned some of them in the video, but I haven't seen all of them. I'm still finishing up the video, so I will do another dive and see what else has come out since I looked about a week ago. Okay, that is plenty tight. Okay, those are plenty tight. I'm not going any tighter. I think they're flat enough where they won't be an issue. Also, this is your reminder that if you have recently just joined in, we have a giveaway link pinned in chat at the very top. If you don't see it, refresh the page, but we're gonna be giving away a spool of filament in about 10 minutes here. Well, I need to go. Good luck on the rest of the stream. Might jump in later if able. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Croc. I appreciate it. Seeing it come out makes the conversation I had with Nick and Murph make much more sense. But I also had mentioned that I am not one to ever really worry about it since it's so dry. Yeah, so I mean, I lived in California pretty much the entire time I was 3D printing down south, which is deserty, and humidity was really not an issue. Idaho is also not bad at all, but PETG, after some PETGs more than others, after a certain amount of time, let's change the camera for 2 seconds here. Also gonna have a sip of water. So, TPU, PETG, and PVA. PETG is probably the most common one that I use out of the ones that I do need to dry if I've had them open for some amount of time. Then TPU, then probably nylon, and then PVA. But the main ones are PETG and TPU that I print with the most. PLA, I never dry. I've seen PLA degrade over time from being out, but typically, as long as you can get it to print without breaking, because some of it gets really brittle, once it's printed, I don't notice anything different property-wise about a new bag versus an old bag. I know Steve has noticed some issues with, I think, ASA and moisture. I've never noticed it. It doesn't mean that my ASA hasn't absorbed some level of moisture. I just haven't noticed looking at a part like, oh, this part doesn't look good, you know, I need to dry it. But Steve, I think, I'm pretty sure Steve showed me a visual of some ASA that he had before and after drying with the same G code, and it did make a difference. But I don't dry PLA, ABS, or ASA. It's PETG, TPUs, PVAs, nylons, and then other sort of weird filaments. But the main ones, PETGs and TPUs, yeah. Nylon, brutal. I live in Florida. My office is regulated between 30 to 40%. Yeah, totally. That's the thing too, right? Like, it depends on where you live. If you live in somewhere like Florida, then you probably want to dry everything if you want just to eliminate the variable of moisture causing an issue with your part quality. So, I've been doing my S4 on my filament racks with vacuum bags. Then again, S4 makes sense if you have multiple printers or an AMS, want to try the Polymaker dryer soon. Yeah. I mentioned in the video too, the bags, because I covered the EBIS bags, and I don't think they're a bad solution. However, it's more work. Every time that you want to seal it up, you have to put the thing in the bag, plug it into a power supply or USB port, suck all the air out of it, and then you also can't see exactly what's in the bag as easy as you can with these boxes. So it comes down a lot of it to convenience again. I'm big on, like, because of the amount of things I'm doing, like, I need as little friction as possible. Anything that adds additional steps, I just typically don't end up using the system. So, but there's nothing wrong with using the bags if they work for you. It's not a one shoe fits all. The poly dryer might not be the right solution for you, and that's fine. So, yeah, yep. I also use the bags as dust barrier. Yeah, I could see that. I've had some filament I've taken off the rack and I've put in my printer, and I'm like, oof, that is not going to be good for my extruder or my hot end, I guess, more than anything. I live in Scotland, I have to dry everything. Yep. That being said, once it's in the AMS, I don't dry it until I take it out and need it again. It probably helps. I mean, I don't think it's airtight by any means, but it's still not exposed to quite as much elements, I would think. Living between the desert and the Indian Ocean means it's 30 to 40. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That's rough. I feel like I've been very spoiled. I always strip the ceiling. Oh, you're saying on the bags, right? Yeah, the life expectancy of them is definitely not as long. So, okay, let's continue on here for a few more minutes, and then we will get the giveaway going here. Also, did we get to 125 likes? That was our secondary target. We're not quite there. 114. If you haven't, smack the like button. Let's see if we can do 125. Okay, set screws are in. Boom. Now it's time for this. So we need the M3. So each of these is getting one additional spacer, and it's these little guys that I thought that I lost. Okay. So, motor assembly. Insert the 3 bolts and then the pulleys. Insert the 3 and then 2 pulleys. Build the other motor using the same steps for the 2 sets of motors. Okay, so we will go like this, and we'll grab this one. It looks like we want cables going this way, and this like this. And then M38 3/8. These are gonna be little guys. 1, 2, and 3. I use IKEA. What are the? I don't know that I've seen the IKEA zip bags. Nice. Do you suck the air out of them, or no? You just basically just use them as storage to keep dust and stuff off. You notice the AMS humidity sensor on. I didn't notice that. Has there always been a humidity sensor in the AMS and they just didn't activate it? Do you have any experience? Do you have any experience with how good the poly dryer box holds up during a month? So I have used the poly dryer for about 30 days now, exclusively with PETG, because I've been printing out. I can show you guys. Nappin will recognize this, but I've been printing out a bunch of PETG parts for the filament rack I've been working on. So I've just been using this, and I did at one point take the PETG off and just throw it in the dry box. This is because this dryer hadn't launched yet and I didn't want you guys to see it on stream, so I threw it in the closet and it stayed there for probably a week and a half at one point. I was during Rocky Mountain Rep Fest, and I want to say that over the course of a week and a half, the humidity only went up between, I want to say it was 2 or 3%. If that, it did a really good job. That was with desiccant though. I think the desiccant also, you know, if you were to have desiccant in there that wasn't, that was already filled with moisture, I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. But so far it seems like it's done a pretty damn good job of maintaining in the dry box. Definitely not airtight, but the airflow is minimal. Yeah, I printed the silica bead holders for my AMS. Nice. Not a fan of the bag solutions. Yeah, I don't like the bag solutions either. I like the little compartments that's inside of the poly dryers. Yep. I dry all my filaments just to be sure. Hey, it's eliminating a potential variable. I have a previously open spool of PolyMaker called polyester, and I dried using the poly dryer for 24 hours. It has held at 50% for over. Nice. Okay, sick. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think mine raised more than 2%, if that. You'll see 1 to 5 level in the app. EMS has always had a sensor. They just made it easier to read. Okay. There's an indicator. That's right, because I've seen it in the slicer. I think on the profiler on the device page, you can see like a meter, right? Like, I don't think it gives you much detail, but it kind of says whether it detects that it's wet or something like that. I don't really know what the indicator represents exactly, like what the metric is. I was like, why would I know that? And then I saw it. It is your fault, but I'm very happy with the way things are going. That was okay. I don't want to over tighten these. Very scared about breaking another one. Okay, so we got those in. Chicken legs. There's tiny indicator on the AMS menu. Yeah, okay, that I think I do remember is the little indicator, but that's the extent of it. I haven't seen like a relative humidity percentage or something like that. I also think there's something like a membrane heavy duty bag is something I would like to use. Okay, let's get these last two. So we need M314, and these are FHCS. I think that these are gonna be, these look like they need to be the completely flat top ones. So these ones, 1 and 2. Okay, so we're taking a wafer head, pushing it through one of these idlers that we created, but then we also need to throw one of these super small wafer spacers on there before we actually attach it to the motor. So these are crazy thin. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this one's going right here. Oops. Looks like there's a little bit of up and down play. Interesting. There's definitely a hair of up and down play. Do we think it matters? I'm not sure. Once the belts are there, if that's enough for it to be an issue. It's probably about a millimeter of play. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Ah, the shimmer spacer debate. Well, I guess these are probably shims, because in my mind, shims are like precise, while spacers have more of a, I don't know what the actual difference is. Time for my next last minute. Oh, good luck. Hopefully it's a quick one. Okay, it's a 1 to 5 scale. What do we think? We think this is going to be an issue? I've got a slightly smaller screw, so if we do think it's going to be an issue, I can drop it down 4 millimeters. I wish it called it out. Like there will be a little bit of play. That way you don't have to worry about it. I'm just not used to seeing play. I'm just trying to think, if the belt is wrapped around here, it's only a millimeter and it's still going to be locked in between these two walls. It's probably fine. What do we think? I'm going to leave this one to a vote. I guess it wouldn't be hard to adjust it once the full belt path is built. I just can't, with the closure of Gulf Coast Robotics. Wait, what? Gulf Coast closed? When did that happen? I thought, I was just talking to someone about their K1 beds like 24 hours ago. You know what? You know what? Okay, so if we use these screws, so if we don't use wafer screws and we use just the flat heads, then we probably have the right size. So let's check the CAD really quick. So we're looking at these, right? Yeah. I don't think they're wafer heads. I think that's the reason why. I think that I'm supposed to use, it's a little bit confusing. Where's this screw? There we go. That looks like a wafer head to me. I think you have too long of a screw. Okay. Well, the next size down is quite a bit smaller, so we can try it. No, this has to be that long. This has to be that long, Nathan. The next size down, is too short. Unless I've got, do I have any M310? No, I don't have wafers. I got buttons. You don't have a pliers with an M3 cutter? I also heard them closing on Reddit. A spacer just bigger shim. Wait, what happened in Gulf Coast? The owner just vanished. That's crazy. Yeah, I was just talking about them. No, I don't. Does it matter if I use not a wafer? I don't know that it does. All right, screw it. We're moving forward. I don't know. I'm gonna go with it, and it's gonna have some play, and that's just the way that it is, because it's what it calls out to use. The next size down isn't gonna work. Yeah, it's got play, so I don't know. And this tells you to use an M310. We don't even have enough M310s. We've only got one more M310. Unless I'm missing something here. M318s. We're not gonna use flathead. Like, I mean, we're not gonna use wafers. We're gonna just use flatheads for all of them. Because if I use that, then it won't have any play. Yay. Is there a spacer in CAD? There has to be. Where were we? We were looking at. Yeah, there's a spacer. There's a spacer right here. Theirs is 1/2 mil thick. I don't think the ones I got are 1/2 mil thick. These are definitely not 1/2 millimeter thick. That could be my issue right there. I think mine are 0.2 of a millimeter. Let's see. Yeah, that's a, that's probably where I'm losing it, but I don't know. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna not use the wafer heads and see how it does. Because I also don't have enough wafer heads, it doesn't look like. I don't see any. I got an M310 button head. So I don't know. The BOM didn't call for any wafers of that size. So take this back off. Now we'll go with one of these. These are M3. I'm super confused right now, man. This is definitely one of the things with self-sourcing. It's like, it's more variables, that's for sure. This seems like way too big. Yep, that's way too big. Dude. Wait a minute. Am I? I'm losing my mind here a little bit. What is Playmaker drawing? I need some fresh air. Read once by twice, yeah. One sec, napping. Yeah, that's too short, so that definitely won't fit there. But it will fit here. Okay, so this is fine. So it's just this inner guy. Inner guy feels like it should be a 12, not a 14. So, I think what I'll end up doing is adding a washer. That's the only thing I can think of, really. Okay, let's do the giveaway. Let's do the giveaway. I'm gonna unpin it. Let's see. Sony zoomed. Let's go. Remove. Unpin. How many entries? 87. That's not that many. That makes it where we. Let's see. 87 makes it easy. That means I don't even have to download this. All right. Well, that was a piece of cake. That was a lot easier than normal. All right, well, we are going to do our JourneyMaker giveaway. For anyone new, the way this works is if you're in the US or Canada and you win, you will end up getting a gift card. And if you're anywhere else in the world, you'll end up being able to pick a spool of filament from a really large list. I will email the winner within 24 hours, and you'll basically just fill out a small form. So, as always, if it's rigged, if I don't, yes. Okay, so how many times? I'm gonna do the number today. We're gonna shuffle 8 times. It is the 8th. That feels like a right number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Good luck, everybody. In 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Looks like Doom. Doom, you are our winner. Doom. I can't remember. Doom is such a a name that I would have heard so many times because it's Doom. It's rigged if I win. I never win. Sorry, Jen. Doom, let's go with cheer. Doom, you are our winner. Congratulations. I will email you later today, and depending on where you are, you'll either get a gift card. You're getting Filament. You're either getting a gift card and then getting Filament, or you're getting directly Filament. So congratulations. There he is, Doom. There he is. So I will send you an email. Congratulations, and thank you everybody for entering. So, all right, let's figure out what the heck is going on here. Let's go back to desktop. I want to look in the BOM, since that is where I sourced from, and see whether it actually called for a 10. Nope, that's not right. 10 millimeter M320 10 millimeters. No, it did call for that. I knew that it called for that. What am I looking for? M314. So it's the 14 that's the issue. I can break off a little bit on the end. A 12, I'm sorry, 12 is ideally what we would have wanted for this, which is going to be here. 10 piece, no, those are M4s, so I don't know. It's freaking weird. I don't like that it has play. This has no play. This feels right. Although it doesn't really spin either. Something seems off, guys. Like, this does not spin freely or well. It does now when I backed off of it. But the second I tighten it down, it's rigid. Something's off. I don't know what it is. Play is better than pinching it. Yeah, I would want some play as well. My concern is, though, if I don't have it tightened down fully, what's going to keep it from backing off? Right? Like, what's going to keep the screw from popping out of that thread over time? That's kind of what I'm getting at. I agree. You definitely don't want it tight. If the motion system doesn't allow it to freely move, that's an issue. I'm wondering if these damn spacers that I bought are. No, that's right. 0.2, 0.2. We've got the bearing. Maybe the wafer is the issue. Maybe the wafer is pressing out farther on the bearing than it should be. Let's try, for fun here, let's try a flat head and not a wafer head. I'm just wondering if the wafer is making too much contact with that top bearing, and that's what's causing issues. So here's a flat head, but not a wafer. And since it comes down at an angle, it definitely won't be making as much contact. So if this spins freely, this is what we're gonna go forward with. Because for the motion, we certainly don't want it to be constricted.
better, it's still not great.
How does is there something against the outer bearing race? Is that, wait, is something rubbing against the outer bearing race?
So, oops, let me take this off completely. So we've got, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it spins very well. I'm wondering if these washers, because it said that these were supposed to be 0.5 millimeters. This seems like it could potentially be the issue. The freaking weird one. Let's see. So this is M7, 0.2 millimeters thick. So that's correct. So now we need, where's the other one? 2.5. M7, so these are M3 by, no, this is what it says. So it says 0.2 millimeters thick, although the ones I got appear to be 0.1 millimeter thick. I'm torn. Maybe print a tiny spacer ring, something like 3.2 millimeters inner, 0.5 by 0.5 outer. Yeah, so that's exactly what I think is happening. I think that's exactly what's happening. If you look at, like, if you let's try to do a close up of this. So we've got our inner bearing, right, which is 3 millimeters on the inner and maybe 4.5 or 5 on the outer. And then we're putting this guy on top of it. This is making it where it completely covers that outer bearing. And so when we're tightening it, this is pressing up against the outer housing of that flange and compressing it so it can't free spin. So it feels like this shouldn't be that size. It feels like this shouldn't be that size. But it's what the BOM shows. But I think that's really what it is. I think that's the piece that's compressing it. And if you look at this, the weird thing is, it even shows it again here. Like, this looks exactly like what I've got. And it's saying to insert an M3 by 7, which if you look at this, it's going to be covering that. Have you got any spring washers for the M3? They tend to be very small in diameter. Yeah, that rubs, replace that spacer. Yeah, let's see what I've got. Yeah, let me see. First, let's check what I've got in this drawer. I don't think I've got anything small enough to go. No, these are the same. M3 by 7. Oh, I do have M3 by 7. These are 0.5 millimeter. So these are This at least matches with the CAD, so that could fill my gap. But it's gonna be the same issue. I don't understand how they can want you to do that. It's gonna completely cover. It's weird, right? It's odd. Why did Nomad leave now that we need him? I saw that when flipping through the instructions previously and was a bit confused by the stacks. One with narrow outer diameter are rare and more expensive. Take your calipers and measure it. Well, no, I need, if we're gonna be doing M3, I'm gonna need a really small washer, which I don't think I'd have real tiny rings like that. Let's see, M3 nuts, M3 grub screws, M310. Yeah, I don't have a washer or like one of the spring ones that's that small. Something's off. I don't know what it is, but it's not possible to do. Let's watch the video. Let's see if we can catch something in the video portion of the bearing. It's sped up, so it's really tough to see.
Thanks to the camera I used to correct the spacing. This printer uses a 3mm GT2 belt for its inverted H-block gantry. To use the 3mm belt, a custom pulley was designed using washers and 2 types of bearings. Here I'm using the wrong size washer, so to improvise, I added a smaller washer to go inside the pulley to correct the spacing. This ended up working out just fine. To build the custom pulleys, 2 washers are used with a flange bearing. The first half is inserted into a larger pulley, and on the other side it is mirrored. I assembled a total of 10 pulleys.
Okay, I'll take a look. You know, I've got it on the ground.
17 pancake motors come without any connections. Assembly for the motor. And near this assembly,
Here we go. Let's see.
to the motor will drive the belt into place using 2 set screws. These 2 motors will drive the belt using the CoreXY configuration. I place the motor brackets onto the motor and fasten them together using M3 bolts. 2 of the pulleys that I made from before are also attached. And near this assembly for the left motor. ZX's motor is next, following a similar.
That was, I have no idea. I have no idea what happened there. Okay, let's see. So you're thinking maybe from like the Trident kit? I see M3 washers. You're saying spring, like the spring washers? I don't think this has them. Yeah, these are standard M3 washers. I don't get it. I feel like there's something I'm missing. I don't fully understand what it is, but there's something I am missing because it's not possible to install this like this. The CAD shows it too, though. Because they don't, I'm wondering like if I don't use a washer at all. I'm gonna spend a few more minutes on this and then we might have to go to a different part and I'll have to go back to it. It just doesn't make sense. An M37 by 2mm is gonna completely block this out. And especially when you're tightening against it, it's going to squeeze everything. You need something that's just going to go in the center. But it doubles down with the CAD. The CAD also shows the same thing. It's basically Even this looks like it's squeezing it. Or no, this one's just not squeezing it, right? It's like, it's just not, but. I just don't understand how. All right, let's go to the Discord for it really quick here. Where is the Discord for it? There it is. See if anyone said anything about pulleys. General. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Here's what I did to get smoother rotation pulleys. This should allow you to completely torque them down instead of having to leave the bolts loose. When combined with the washer disher, you should have heaps less problems with the pulleys. The only difference from the instruction. Hey, what is this? The washer. Pulley washer dishing tool. Put washers in, whack with hammer, and you get a nicely dished pulley that guides the teeth in. What? Oh, it's for the big guys. It can be as simple as the motor has longer screws than the ones the designed with, so your CAD is equally flawless, show to find fitting, shim, bang, combination for your custom printer as well. It's relying on not tightening down and Loctite probably. I would like the smaller shim solution more, I think. Yeah, so that would make sense as to why we bottomed out and there was that slop. The only difference is there are two washers used for the sides of the pulleys and a single what is that? A single 532 added in the center. Two washers on each side or two washers total. It really helps when you have your two washers total. In the photo, it's the entire pulley assembly. Yeah, so they're using this. I find it very odd that the instructions don't mention that, if that's the case, that you're just supposed to leave it loose like that. I almost feel like would there be an issue with, I'm thinking about just printing a shim. Yeah. I think that's just to help with the keeping the belts in maybe, but I'm wondering if we just, is there a reason we can't print these out? That's what I'm getting at. If we just do, I mean, Voron uses printed standoffs. I don't see why we couldn't do the same, right? Like, so this bearing, I think printed would be fine too here. So it should be 3mm inner. That's not, we went to inches. What are we doing here? What are we doing? We want metric. So it should be 3mm inner. Yeah, it's exactly 3mm and what, is it 5 out? I mean, we would probably want 4.5 out. It's 3 in, 4.5 out. Music in my ears to hear it in a yeah, so I think, all right, let's quickly go here. I think it's 5 millimeters exactly, the outer, but I don't want to risk pinching, so I think we'll just do 4.5 millimeters. I've got a CAD, want the files for a good spacer. What do you mean? What do you got? Are you saying for this exact piece or what? The question I've got then is how tall do we want to make this? So they have these ones at 0.2. So do we just want 0.2? But they also anticipate that you're going to leave them loose. So I would think that we could probably go with 0.5. 0.5 is what the CAD has. I feel like 0.5 is probably roughly what we want. Canadian? No, that's Nero. I live in Idaho. Yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna do. I don't think I'm gonna add anything to it. I didn't remove you. Wait, when were you a moderator? You were never a moderator. Yeah, let's just print out this, man. Close enough. Yeah. Let's just do this. Share, export projects. We'll do STL, export, yada yada. Well, so can you post it? Can you post what you've got, DRT, in the live stream channel? I'll open it up right now in the slicer. Sheeper, yeah. Shim. All right. I would add chamfers and fillets, but it's such a small. It's 3 millimeter in or 4.5 millimeter. We only have a millimeter and a half of width to play with here. I don't want to lose any more material. I want it all. Otherwise, I would absolutely do it. What do we got here? We've got some ABS, We'll just use. We'll use slot 1. Make it bigger with a chamfer on top. More plastic. I just want to keep it simple, Chris. I just want to keep it simple right now and see if it does what we want it to do. Here we go. Shim is too small and maybe in meters or inches. Do you want to scale to millimeters? Yes. Whoa, no. Wait, what? What? No. It's not too small. It's just right. All right, let me see if you've got, you said you've got something. If you posted it in the Discord, I'll grab it from the live streams right now. Live stream. Not in the Discord, added a drive folder here. Added a drive folder? Wait, where? How do you do up there? Want some hummus? Oh, that sounds great. I will definitely take some hummus and a drink. We have to run a little print here. I think I'm gonna slice this, man. I don't know where the drive. Wait, you said I'm getting no. Yeah, I don't know where yours is at, DRT. So I'm just gonna run it. If this doesn't work, then I'll give yours a go. Why are we not going? Why are we not? Oh, I turned off the damn printer. That's why it's not going.
Well, wait, why won't it work, you know? Too small? Well, it was making, it was the fans were on for the, I think the back of it, and I was recording audio this morning. You only have 0.75 of material. Should I do, you want me to, I can scale it to 0.8, so you have 2 times the nozzle width. I think we go for it. I think we go for it. We can look for alternative, we can look for alternative things at the same time while it's doing it. 'Cause it's gonna take a little bit to heat up. All right, let's see. Is there anything else we can continue on with this while we're figuring this out? Wait, I got a spacer STL. All right, let's see how this looks. Wait. Is this the same? This looks exactly the same as what I made. This is, hold on. This is what I imported. This looks identical to what I made. Is your spacer different? It looks like a 1-to-1. Let's see. 4.7 by 4.7 by 0.5. Well, mine is, oh, okay, yours is slightly larger. So yours gives you 2 full. We can try that then. We'll try yours instead of what I'm doing. Let's go stop. Because at least yours is 2 full times the nozzle width. Well, mine is not 2 full times nozzle width. I just don't understand why doesn't the bomb just have you source a smaller spacer? Like, detect thin walls. Why won't it? Oops. I can't even enable detect thin walls. Different size adapted to outer dimension. Okay. We'll give it a go. If this doesn't work, then I will probably source a washer that fits better, or I'll have to reach out and figure out just what's going on. Oh, cool. This is also... Okay, yeah, let's give this a go. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that about Arachne. Yeah, let's move on beyond this and see. I know we can probably start assembling the base. There's my subscription cost. All right, so let's go here. Okay, we could probably start working on Z-axis then. Why is it not just printed? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm fine with it not being printed. I just don't get why the BOM, the CAD, and the instructions reference a piece that's going to sandwich it. Again, unless the goal is that you are supposed to keep it loose enough that there is some play, but it's not called out. I don't know. It's not clear. It could use some definite clarity. So, all right, let's start on the Z motor. Z motor. A little bit different order we're going in now, but as long as we're making progress, then that is fine.
Instructions unclear and stuck in one. Yeah, precisely. We're gonna need some more. You know what? I shouldn't have thrown that again. We need more Loctite. Boop. Boop. All right, Loctite's in. We'll do the exact same thing as we did on the other ones. I'm getting hungry. Hummus sounds really good. Okay. All right, let me move the Loctite out of the way. I don't think we'll need it again. Okay, it seems about right. You never want play in that position. If you want play, there are better ways to go about it and not risk a wobbly motion system. This would just cause... Yeah, I tend to agree. The one where I bottomed it out on the motor, that one I could see potentially holding, but the one that's just going into a brass insert that I'm basically backing off to maintain that slop, that seems like a recipe for issues, which is a big reason, excuse me, there's a big reason I was kind of making a stink about it and not want to just say YOLO and go forward. There's plenty of things that I've done in builds where I'm just like, yeah, whatever, we'll figure it out. But the motion system, it's like, if that's not right, it's gonna really screw us up later on. So, alrighty, that is in. Next we need Z-axis assembly. So we need a smooth, it's gotta be this guy right here. I'm putting together my first form on a 0.2 this weekend. Nice. Seen varying advice whether or not to use an electric screwdriver. Man. So, I would... No. This is the electric screwdriver. Oops. This is my electric screwdriver that's good for pretty much nothing but V0 builds. The Wow Stick is the perfect amount of weak that it's great for a V0. Anything else, I would be terrified of stripping out the tiny little screws. I used this on my second build and it did a really great job. If you don't have something that's weak like this and you have something bigger, then absolutely only get it up to the point where you're then finishing it with a hand tight. You will strip screws and it's not gonna be fun if you're using a big electric screwdriver to tighten down screws on the V0. Yeah, I would opt against it, just because, especially if it's your first time building one like that. Like, there's just some delicate portions of it. But if you are going to, then yeah, you just really want to be careful. And I wouldn't use it for the final tightening. All right. Oh yeah, they strip. You look. So go cheap essentially on the screwdriver. So this, if you are buying a screwdriver specifically for it, then my recommendation is this Wow Stick. I'm telling you right now, it's not good for a lot. It just doesn't have the drive that you need. But for a V0 build, this thing's awesome. You can probably drive screws fully in with this, even M2s, without worrying about really stripping them. I'm pretty sure that's what I did with this actually. So. Yeah. Yeah, no worries at all. And good luck with the build. It's a really fun one. I mean, someone earlier came in and they were starting the same build. I think Sooner had some questions. So main things that will be your friend are organization. The no drop nuts mod or whatever, the little printed, if you don't have another printer already, you can't do it, but the little things that you put the M2 nuts into that make it where they can't slide back and forth in the extrusion, and then just taking your time. Those will be really the biggest things. But yeah, have fun with it. It's an awesome little printer, and definitely a fun time. So. Okay, screws going in, and this looks like it is a self-tapper. Yeah, I don't... Oh, I guess, yeah, never mind. This one, they're using a built-in spacer. Like, if you look at, there's a standoff here. So they are using built-in spacers, just not for everything. Can we come over there? Oh, Jack. Oh, what's up, buddy? Oh, yum. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want him to say hi or no? You guys want to see Jack real quick while I eat some food? They want to see Jack. I'll come over there. Are you coming there? Are you gonna pop him up or what are you doing? Oh, nice. He came loaded. All right. Woohoo! Oh. Oh. Look at this big guy. He's got his milk. That's my microphone, bud. Huh? Let's say, hold on. Good evening, Jackson. Any words? Any words?
How you feeling today? How's your nap?
Yeah, how's your nap? How's that milk bottle? To your liking? Nice and cold?
Fresh whole milk, sir.
Huh? I'm dripping milk on my hand, bud. Yeah. We're making progress, but we've,
Hey.
Aaron says hi, Jose. Dad's gonna eat some food. Dad's gonna eat some food, buddy. Yeah, we're building printers, or at least trying to. Huh? What do you think? It's pretty messy in here, huh? Yeah, that's true. That's a light. That's a big light, dude. That's a camera. That's printer parts. Oh, I think the printer scared him. All right, I'm gonna get to working. Yeah, and no, that's the camera, buddy. That's the camera. Love you, kiddo. I know. You can come up here later. There's so many things that you can't play with up here. He's a super happy little man. Everywhere we go, not everywhere we go, but a lot of people tell us like he's so happy, and we're like, no, I don't know, huh? That's what my parents say. Yeah, my dad always says he's got such a good demeanor. I'm like, he does have a good demeanor. Okay, I'm gonna have a bite. I gotta show chat what's on the menu today. All right, so here's what we got going on. Napping, if you're here, this is a Costco. Delicious. Honey smoked salmon stackers. These are like adult Lunchables. You got your crackers, your smoked salmon, and a little bit of the, I don't know what kind of sauce it is. It's delicious, yeah. Then we've got, some string cheese, because you're never too old to have string cheese. Do the pretzel do. That's funny. This is a song from The Wiggles that I was singing last night. Thank you for writing that. Then we've got a little bit of hummus and pita bread, yummy, yummy. And then we've got a tiny little leftover Reese's from Easter that I've been munching on. So it's lemon chive spread. Okay, that's what it is, lemon chive spread. That sounds right. So that's what we're going with here. So we will build, but I'm gonna munch on like 2 slices of pita really quick here. Thank you for the food. I was getting really hungry. Yeah. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. I have napkins, I think, in the closet. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I have a custom Heatport all-wheel drive build coming up. Still need to design some things and source a few parts, but I'm excited. That's awesome. I feel like there's not a lot of content on the Heatport, build, or on the Heatport printer, other than the creator himself. Are you doing water cooling on it or no? Wait, is our print done? The filament ran out. It can't roll back. Wait. Is it done or did we run out of filament? No way. It ran out. Dude. It ran out of filament on those shims. Or no, I think it's done. This is probably, hold on. This is probably because it's waiting to unload it to finish this. Custom, nice. There we go. It did finish. That was like just enough filament. Are you in the Discord, Torx? If you are, post some photos of that and tag me when you get to building it. Okay, this is what we've got. Let's check it out. It's so hard to see them. Hey, Keith. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Tor. There's 2 Tors. Okay, let me have like 2 more bites of this hummus, and then let's see if these spacers are gonna do what we want them to do. It's warm. I'm really hungry. I did eat, but we've been streaming for a little over 3 hours, and real name is actually also Tor. 2 Tors. Okay. I have purge turds bigger than those. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be careful getting them off the plate. Alright, last piece, last piece. I really want to see if they're gonna work. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, it shot. Yeah, these are gonna be. This is gonna be very interesting. I have to create a little blast shield. There we go. These might be these. No, without a doubt, these are the smallest. The static is keeping them on the blade. These are by far the smallest pieces that I've printed ever. That was on like intentionally printed. All right, let's clear off a little bit of purge. The great question is, will these actually do what we want them to do? And if they don't, then that's okay. I'll have to just either source or figure out an alternative route, but I don't want to just keep things loose. Okay, so the whole purpose of these is to, go like this. I think that we were okay using the longer M314. Okay, but on the bottom where it goes up against it's a tight fit. Okay. Oh, it's on there. It's on there. Hey, Joshua. You can hardly see it. It's on there though. So let's see if we get this. This is the one that's supposed to go right here. If we tighten this down, did we get rid of our slop? And can our bearing still spin freely? Oh no! How did you manage that? You know, I think I need to hold this down so it goes on further. I can't play the game solo. Wait, what game? Oh, Escape Tarkov. Okay, here we go. Oh shit, Our bearings popped the, hold on. There we go.
All right. I uninstalled when they invaded Ukraine. What?
There we go.
Motor brackets. For each of the motors, I insert a gear pulley. The pulleys are then locked into place using 2 set screws.
Okay, this one has it going out the top, which is not at all what the instructions showed. So, hopefully it doesn't matter then. I'm just gonna mirror it and do it the exact opposite way, because if we look at the CAD, where are we at, Jura? 3D printer for the rescue, yeah. It truly was user error. My son walked in the room while I was probing. Oh no. Oh, that sucks. Did you reach out? I'm curious to see, like, I mean, no, it's user error, but I wonder if LDO would be willing to do something. Let's see. So this looks like the connector. No, that's Z. So here we go. So right now I've got it where the connector is going out the flat side, which is this side, which could potentially be the worst side. Great. I think that based off what I'm seeing here, we probably want it to go out the tops, the motor wire. So let's do a quick spin. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I think that the side I have it going out right now is probably the worst possible side. It just turned off, dude, Jason. Yeah, I feel like Jason's awesome. And I've seen other situations where people have done silly things and he's, you know, he's helped people out, so. Okay, so let's just flip this like that. I think that is going to be our best bet. And then we'll have the wires going out the top on the next one as well. I told him no, but I'd send it back to them to look at. I'm just gonna buy another. What printer is it going on? so nice, dude. No slop, and they're spinning. It's such a simple solution, too. Okay, 2.4. Is it a new build or a rebuild, or? Okay, motor's done. Let's do the same thing again. So we got this motor sticking out the top. Okay, and then we've got, where's the top piece? Top piece is here. So we want it like this. And we want these are what, M3, probably M3 6s. Superpower AB, nice. Nice. Did you build? I can't remember if you. I thought you were building a VZBot. Did you build it, or did what happened with that? Or am I confusing you with? Or you said you were getting a VZBot. Okay. So we got M310s again, which will go through our existing bearing stack, and then we are sliding on one of these little printed standoffs. Oh, my nose. Okay, you've got a VZBot 235. I know some. I know there's at least 1 or 2 other people building. I thought Nice a while back said that he had ordered a VZBot. I think it was quite a while ago. For some reason it's coming to me right now. Switchfire? Okay, this one's done. That's at an angle. Something did not go right with that. Shit. Is this the... You know what? I think this is the heat insert that I screwed up earlier. I think the one that went in at an angle. I need to correct that. That's going to be problematic. I'm just going to use the pine sol to heat it up and see if I can press it up against the quartz tabletop here. Yeah, the VZBot's definitely not a budget build. Okay, so let's try to loosen this up. What I really want to do is heat it up from the bottom side this time. I can't tell if that corrected it. All right, let's see if that did it. If you pick it up when you straighten it, you won't need shim. If you pick it up when you straighten it. What? Oh, you mean I get what you're saying. You're saying basically pull it so it's sticking out of the plastic. I'd rather, just because we've got the shim, I'd rather go all shims now. But yeah, that's definitely not a bad idea. Although I think it would be tougher. I think it would be tougher to get it exact height-wise to match the other ones. Yeah, this isn't spinning as good as the other one is. Depth-wise, looks about the same. Maybe it just needs to work its way in. it's probably good enough once there's belt tension on it. The other option I could do is I could try a different printed part. Yeah, let me try a different one of these guys. It's possible, I mean, they're so small that it's possible it just didn't print quite as nicely as some of the other ones. Let's see if I go with a different one. I don't think I over tightened it. I did see someone ask that. I don't think that I did. The other one I tightened down pretty tight and it wasn't an issue. How tight did I actually? Let me check. No, that one's like fully tightened, so it's not an over tightened thing. Yeah, I'm wondering if it just might need a wear in. It's possible because it's printed, right? And like it's not a perfect. Oops. It's definitely not a perfect. Let's see. Can you see my blob? Where's my blob? Can I get closer to that? Let's see. It's not a perfect circle. So it's possible that they need to get worn in a bit, and by enough, you know, cycles, it'll kind of loosen up. Feels like it's loosening up. Yeah, we'll call it good for now. It's still way better than it was. Okay, let's back off just a hair. Just a hair. Okay, way good. Okay, hopefully that'll work. And now we need what? M314 for our last one. Is there an actual need for a portable 3D printer in the market, or is it just some guy geeking out, I wonder? Probably a lot of geeking out, but I'm sure that there are, I mean, people travel a lot, right? So it does mean, you know, it's hard to bring a big printer. So I'm sure there are some that travel that wouldn't be able to bring a full-size printer, but with something that can break down to a small size, they can bring it to school, to makerspace, to where, I don't know, to just more places. I think for a lot of people, at least that I'm following, it's just the cool factor. It's just it's a really unique twist on a 3D printer. If I buy the VC now, I'm better to ask for a lawyer for my Gotcha. Okay. You had mentioned it at one point, Nice. That's why. I mean, it was probably a long time ago at this point. For some reason, it just popped up in my head again. Yeah. Don't do that. And this one is being really stubborn. There we go. I would love to have a portable printer for combat robotics events to whip off replacement of small prints, but I would need to be able to... Oh, that's why you asked about TPU, huh? Yeah. I don't know. I have to see what the Fadus hot end looks like. Well, this one, it feels like it's more like versus a custom thing. It's kind of like a hacked together hot end, which is fine. But I don't think for your application, I would say yay. It's also Bowden, which can print TPU, especially if we don't need super flexible or fast. But the positive aspect of the Bowden is if you need to break down the extruder, having it, why is this doing this? Having it further, hold on. Did I use an even longer screw this time? I'm very confused.
Means that if you needed to troubleshoot the extruder, it would be a lot easier to take it out and do that. Okay, these are the exact same height. So how in the heck is one of them bottoming out and the other one not? All right, let's check the edges on this. Maybe this is one that I didn't apply the right amount of shims to. 0.19, that means there's 2 there. 0.2, that means there's 2 there. 0.19, 0.2, these are exact. But this makes 0 sense. The screws are identical. What the hell, man? I don't understand. Maybe there was play all along on the first one, I just didn't realize it. I mean, it's a lot less play. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. There's still play, just less play. We're gonna run it. We're gonna continue. Yeah, this one definitely has more play. Okay. I feel like these screws should probably have Loctite. I'm not Loctiting them right now. I don't want to go through Loctiting them all. I want to sort of see how it all works when we get it together. But it feels like it should. A fellow viewer took his V0 caravanning this week. He printed many little fixes. That's awesome. Did a calculation with the speed OMC steppers, the ones here. Apparently the motors are good to 20k XL. Holy cow. I mean, either I'm hoping 180 micron is portable enough to take to local events. If not, I'll make a V0. 180 micron is such a cool machine. All right, I gotta finish this piece of pita. I'm really hungry, and then we'll continue. Probably go for another, I don't know, 40 minutes after this and then call it for the day. Next week has to be the last stream on this for right now because I think we're... I think we're starting on Milo. Hey, why are you barking? Delilah. Sand down that shim a little. I think I need the opposite of sanding it down. I think my parents just got home, that's why. I'm like, why are you barking? The Galileo Z drives are awesome, but they're pricey. I sent her on her way. I think she had to go outside. Yeah, so I don't do. Have you been here, Bearded Bucket, for a lot of it? Because we've figured out some interesting stuff. The instructions. The instructions have you. Oh, so we're done with these now. Nice. Wait, where the heck is it? Here it is. The instructions have you use a shim that is the same size as the outside of this bearing, which is a no-go. If you tighten that down, it compresses the bearing and it cannot spin. So the only way around it is if there's slop. So it seems like they anticipate having slop, but I don't really like that. So instead we 3D printed some tiny little shims or standoffs. So that way we can fully tighten down these screws, and we're not using these 0.2 millimeter metal or aluminum spacers. We're instead using a 0.5 millimeter ABS spacer. Yeah,
So there definitely is, the screw is too long. But it seems like it was by design. It's a lot of pita. I'll have the rest actually, yes, a little bit further. Thanks for hanging out, Keith. Have a great night. Yeah, so West 3D makes a Micron Plus kit, Fabrico makes a Micron Plus kit, and Formbot makes a Micron Plus kit. Those are the main ones that I'm aware of. I think Formbot and Fabrico are cheaper. The interesting thing about West 3Ds is that it's a like build it yourself kit. So you have quite a few options as far as the hardware you want included with it. Okay, so we're done. We're done with these guys. So you can place these off to the side for now. I'm curious to see how they do and how they hold up, and then we can jump back over to Z, which we started on. We did this. This is where we were. So we've got this guy. Oh, sand down the screw. Yeah, that could be something to do. It'd be a hand file or hand sanding. Yeah, Fabrico has one that I believe is the same exact price as the Formbot one, I think. Okay, this feels like we're gonna bottom out. Or like we're gonna make it through. No, something, what is going on here, man? Unless this is supposed to, yeah. Some of the screws on this, right? I added an STL for that, included a fix in the original part. I had an STL for that. Wait, what? You had an STL for the spacer, or for this that I'm working on right now? So this is gonna slightly peek through this part. I don't think it's gonna be an issue, so we're gonna go through with it. But I'm just looking here and like, if I line, damn it. How far? If I hold this up against here, we've got a few threads sticking out the bottom. It doesn't look like it's an issue. It doesn't look like it's gonna be an issue. So we'll continue with it and just let it stick out the bottom a little bit. Okay, let's use Allen key. That's not the right size. I would trust a Fabrico kit more than a Formbot kit if they're the same price. Yeah, I was looking at the Formbot kit pretty heavily at one point because when it first came out, it was cheaper, but quite a bit. And then I stalled and they raised the price on it. And then I was looking the other day, and I'm pretty sure because the Fabrico's has free shipping as well. So yeah. Look at those two, because definitely if they're comparable in price, that's absolutely the one I'd go with. Hey, McFazio, dude, the build has been interesting. So the Toolhead wasn't really bad at all. Toolhead was pretty straightforward. The only thing I wasn't certain of was all the cable routing seemed straightforward. This screw was a very tough to get into this nut, but we figured that out. The only question mark really was how to route these, and I paused your video, and it looks like this is how you routed it, but there's no reference anywhere else, so hopefully that will work as far as cable routing. And then the thing that really stumped me has been regarding these guys. So it looks like, based off of the CAD and the assembly manual, the spacer you're supposed to use for this is the same width as the outer portion of the bearing. So if you tighten it down, it completely compresses the bearing. So the only thing I could think of based off of the size of the screw that was supposed to use for this, is that you're supposed to have some slop, so that way it's not actually compressing. But I don't know, like it doesn't say anything specifically regarding that, and I've never seen where the shims are the same size as the outer portion of the bearing. So we ended up printing out these little, I mean, they're super tiny, 0.5 millimeter, 4.5 or 5 millimeter chamfer shims that we're using in place. And it basically is allowing these to not have to have any slop, and they're free spinning. But I'm not sure, it seemed like, I asked the question in the stream a few times, and it doesn't seem very obvious of what you're supposed to do. The only thing I can imagine, again, is that the intention is that there's slop in these, so that way when you use the shim that is gonna want to compress it, it doesn't get tight enough to actually compress it. But I do think that the manual needs clarification on that, because that's by far been the most confusing, I think, part of this. So we seem to have progressed. The concern I had was the slop in the motion system I wasn't crazy about, and at least on this guy, you could tighten it down all the way till it bottoms out, and then you know, like, you're tightened up against something. But with the brass inserts, if I backed off, my concern was that it would be eventually wanting to back out from vibrations during printing. So yeah, I don't know. The little printed guys seem to work well, but I would think that there's probably a metal spacer that can be sourced in place of the one that's currently being sourced that only gives it a standoff on that inner ring, so you're not actually squeezing the side of the bearing. It's hard to explain, but hopefully that makes sense. Otherwise, I would say just if you look at the stream once it goes to, like, once it uploads later on, that should help explain it. But yeah, it really stumped me. I thought it was a mistake in the BOM, but the CAD and the instructions say the same thing as far as the part size goes. But yeah, it just completely compresses the bearing. You know what? I should be using probably this guy. There we go. Some people have had some issues with the pulleys not moving freely. There's a mod in the Discord to fix it. All that really matters is the middle bearing spins. Okay. Yeah, I did see, I mean, we looked in the Discord too a little bit, because I mean, not for long, but I saw some people were basically like stamping the outer bearings or something like that. So. But yeah, if nothing else, if the same part's going to be used, then I would at least say some clarification in the guide, because coming from like building quite a few other printers, I'm just not used to that. I'm not used to that. Like it was definitely a. You can test the motion with the belt. Yeah, it was a major head scratcher at least. Okay, this seems plenty tight. One last little turn here. Yeah, that's plenty good. Okay, and it looks like cable is going this way. There's some order of operation issues as well with the manual. If a cable needs to be routed somewhere, it should be called out before it's blocked. The fan shouldn't have needed to come out. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few, yeah, as far as the routing of some of the cables, the place, I think it was like the place where you route the 5015 blower, it would be nice if it said it on the same page or before you actually install it, because it looked to me like I had to remove the wire from the wire channel on the 5015, and then I got it in, tightened it down, and then saw that it needed to be fed through that channel, so I had to back it out again. I mean, in the grand scheme, fairly small things, but definitely quality of life. I feel like they'd be quality of life improvements. Okay, so this is M314. But we're making progress. We are making progress. I've been looking at the stream off and on all day. Wow, you stream for long periods, don't you? So we only stream 1 day a week, and normally I stream from noon till about 4. But because I'm sort of behind on some builds, I'm doing longer streams right now. So yeah, this is definitely long for me. Yeah, this feels like it shouldn't. This one's bottomed out and it's free spinning. So we probably need to go with an M3. M312 instead of an M314? It just depends though. Arthur, it depends. But I did want to make some good progress on this, so we've definitely been going longer. I'll be calling it in the next probably 20 or so minutes here. I'm definitely just starting to feel a little fatigued. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this supposed to, I feel like if this is a tension piece, it would need to fully tighten, but it's not fully tightening. Yeah, I'm confused on this piece too. Place tensioner assembly on the motor and secure it. If it's a tensioner, I would think that it would need to be tight, so that way if we move it, the belt maintains tension. We've had some great feedback about the build guide. I just have not had the time to update it yet. Yeah, no worries. Instruction manuals take a ton of time. I mean, we have, for my work, we have a full team dedicated to it, and there's constantly stuff to be doing. Yeah, did we, are we bottoming out? Is that what's happening? That is exactly what's happening. We keep bottoming out. Okay, so this needs to be not an M314, not an M312, but an M310 then. That doesn't give you a ton of threads, but if it's just for the belt tensioning, it should be okay. Let's get this off of here, shit. Okay, so this goes like this. There we go. Yeah, so the issue was that we were bottoming out. Now, did I strip it? Did I strip the... It did strip it. Okay, back to the longer screw. We'll use a shim. Or we'll just go with this and then throw one of these little printed pieces on. Zombie, thank you for the banana. The way you have it is correct. It uses the tension of the belt to snap it in place. It needs to be tight though, right? Because isn't this what's actually going to be adding tension to the belt? Or no? As long as it can pivot.
Is it benchy time yet?
Andrew, thank you for the $5. Is it benchy time yet? Not quite yet. Oh, it should move freely, you're saying. Okay.
Well, if that's the case... If that's the case, I probably don't need this shim that I just added. It feels like a tensioner would want to not have free moving. Okay, I'll remove this guy. Okay, so you're saying fully, oops, like loose like this is fine. It should be able to swing. Yeah, I was under the impression that belt was gonna go around this, and then you would basically pull this, okay. And you would pull this away from the belt to tension it, and it would need to not move. That's not the case then, it sounds like, so I will, yeah, we'll leave this like that then. Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems like more of an idler than a tensioner. Okay,
Perfect. Well, thank you. It's little things like that just having like a note saying should spin freely, or it's like because it makes you question it, especially when it says tensioner. But again, I understand that documentation is a ton of work, so yeah, I definitely understand that it's not a simple task by any means. Okay, so this guy is going to go like this. Like this. And then we're using M3/8. Sometimes you just need to trust the process. I do see your point though. Yeah, I think that a part of it too is knowing that this is going to be a compact printer, that I feel like it's easier to address some of the things I run into now versus trying to take it apart later and you know, reach them. Hey BBs! Yeah, it's definitely coming together, Zombie. It's definitely coming together. One screw at a time. Gotta be careful to not over tighten. This glass ABS is really brittle. Cool, all right. So we got this on, this is free spinning. This looks good. Sweet, I think we're on the base. I think we're on the base now. So we'll go for another like 10 or so minutes here just to kind of see the beginning of this, and then we'll call it. And so the next stream is basically going to be putting everything in the base and wiring it up. Yeah, so let's get started. This is the aluminum plate. Does it matter? I'm curious. Is this green sticker for the power supply to prevent it from shortening? You're making me reconsider this year's random Murph impulse buy of this kit. You'll be good. You'll be good, man. This feels like it's probably for the power supply. It's added protection. Okay. So I would imagine then that needs to be on this side. We're not going to be putting the pegs. These are little like grippy adhesive feet. So we'll do one. It looks like over the screw. I'm gonna go beside the screw. Go like right here. And then we've got one over here. One over here. Roughly. And one in center. We'll just do, hopefully it's not, hopefully it's not, I would imagine as long as it's roughly within a range, it's gonna be fine. We'll do one kind of in the center area, and then one more, it looks like a little bit further in. I'll do it right here. Okay. Measure once, cut twice. Yep. Nice. Yeah, it gives it some good grip. All right, now it is heat insert time. So let's grab our two big pieces. We've got one here. What do I do with the other one?
Where is it? I took it out earlier. There we go. I was like, I know I'm showing off the printed parts. Okay. So these guys look like they should be facing... Okay, so this is showing them with on the bottom. Cool. And then let's get our heat press. Are you using the press? Yes, I am going to use the press. Hopefully it works well. Earlier I used the press and somehow managed to get one in crooked. Okay, so this looks like on this side we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. This looks like one. Yeah, one is going here. Oh, you guys can't see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, all of these holes are just a hair too small, like I can't get the heat insert in. Little bummer. Oh, we'll just hope for the best. I'm basically gonna have to line it up quickly and then press it in place. It's tricky. It's tricky like this. Maybe it's better if I ream it a hair. This was on the Q1 Pro, the Cheaty Q1 Pro. Okay, that is too small. That's right, I forgot. Yeah, I think the main issue was that my flow, settings were a little bit too high. There we go. I'll just use the reamer to like at least clear out enough path for it to get started. And we'll flip it around, press it down. Cool. So yeah, I'll just quickly do this for the other 3 on this side. It just makes it easier to at least be able to have the heat insert standing up in the hole correctly. It's a lot easier to go in at an angle when it's not like that. Are you able to put the inserts on the press? Usually I put them on my soldering tip and press them in. Not with this, you can't. At least I don't, no, it's gonna slide. You're not using one of these like brass insert presses then, are you? Because if for these, oh, it's hot, but no, it's gonna fall right off. How do you put them on the iron without them falling off? You just hold your iron at an angle then? I use an iron with a, oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've pretty much always used just a like fine tip soldering iron, but we built this, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago or a month ago now. So I'm trying to use this as much as I can. Turn it around, press it in. Okay, this side of that one's done. Other side has 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So it looks like nothing in the top here. And then we do want One here. Hey Steve, going good. So hot end's done. We've got X and Y motor on their mounts with the idlers, and then we've got the Z motor on the on its like attachment point and this little idler arm. So yeah, now we're just putting all the heat inserts in the base. It's basically going to form the structure that everything mounts onto. So we're going to call it soon. I'm going to get the heat inserts done on this, and then that'll probably be it for today, because we've been going for 4.5 hours almost. So not quite a Steve stream, but getting up there. Hey Kevin. TS100 and metal ruler. Yeah, metal rulers work well too for making sure it's flush. After this, I gotta mow the lawn. I've been putting off. We've had kind of crummy weather the last few days. We had a pretty bad windstorm on Friday that went into Saturday. And then we had rain for a couple days. It's going to be the norm for the black box streams. Otherwise, I'll be building it well into July. Yeah, well, I feel like I remember you always doing pretty long streams. At least it feels like it. Like 4 or 5 hours feels really standard for your streams. Not your Tuesday ones, but like your regular Sunday ones. Unless you shorten those, I don't think you have. I just made the rig for my Conic Fab. Nice for my next build and my test bench. Nice. Nice. How did we solve the sticky idlers? We printed out these guys. So these are, you can't actually see that because it's really small. So this is 3mm inner diameter, I think 5mm outer, and I believe that some level of like chamfer or fillet was added to it. And they're 0.5 millimeter thick, so we're using these instead of the metal spacers. And so these don't press on the outer ring, and they allow you to tighten the screws harder. So yeah, we printed these out earlier, and they seem to be working really well. The screws, like everything's free spinning now. So yeah, pretty happy. Pretty happy. Okay, let me preload these guys real quick. Hugh Jackson, he's just I don't know if I'll be able to use the heat press insert for this guy on the inside here. We'll see. It's been pretty breezy. Home 4 to 5 is normal. Yeah, you've done a few where I'm just like, dude, how? This is long for me. I'm feeling it. Aaron came in with a care package of some pita, hummus, smoked salmon, and crackers earlier, so it's been keeping me going. But yeah, I'm ready to sit on my butt for a little bit once I do the yard. It's been fun though. We've made good progress, so it's nice to see it kind of all come together. Okay, can I get this deep? This one is like way in here. I'm worried that this is going to touch the side of the printed part. It is definitely going to. Okay, so for the inner guys, these two, I'm gonna use just my pine stole with the needle tip, and I'll just press it in. I can get a tighter angle with it. I'll probably finish the other side of the heat inserts off stream. And I think that's where we'll likely pick up next week. Let's real quick here, once we're done these last two top ones, we'll take a look at what's coming next in the guide. Press this down really quick. Okay, I dropped one somewhere. Well, the carpet owns it now. I'll never find it. Okay, so move the hummus off my chair. Oh. So I will finalize these heat inserts and then do the other side too. There's a handful more that need to go on the other side. So we will be picking up on page 107. So let's see what we've got left. Bolting that onto the base, routing fans, electronics, I believe. Power supply, bolting. Okay, so rails are going on next week, X and Y. Bolt tension or pulleys. So we're definitely getting there. Have a ways. Still have a ways to go, kind of. We'll see. I'm not entirely convinced we're going to finish it next week, but I think that we're starting. I think that me and Alan are starting Milo probably the following week, so we'll have to play it by ear. Either I will do another day's stream for wrapping this printer up after next Wednesday, or we'll start Milo so I can start with Alan and he can get going on that, and then I'll jump back to this for one final stream. But we'll see. I'll do a little bit of looking to see if I can prepare a few things, but I also don't want to rush it, and everything always takes longer than expected. So imagine sitting on that hummus. Oh no. That would be awful. Yeah, basically custom washers, Jan. Exactly. So yeah, I think let's end it there. Let's let me unplug this so I don't burn myself when I forget. So what we got done today is Toolhead. So we got last week was Z-axis and extruder. Today was the Toolhead assembly, which is looking pretty dang good. I'm happy with how it all turned out. We've got our motors, our X and Y on their brackets with their idlers. And then we have got our Z also in the same setup, and now we're working on the base. So I think everything is going to be coming together fairly quickly here. A lot of it will just be securing the base, mounting everything in place, X and Y rail, mounting toolhead, and then electrical stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure what next week's stream time will be like as far as starting, but if I have it my way, it'll be the same early time. That way we can go for longer than normal, because it feels good to look at it and be like, okay, I see some definite progress versus like we squirreled for an hour and we got a little bit of stuff done. Does your Z motor assembly have insets in it? Z motor assembly have insets in it? You mean this guy or the actual Z tower? Is there supposed to be heat inserts here? I might have missed it. I didn't see it, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. Let me go back to it. Boom, boom, boom. It doesn't, I don't think it shows it. I don't see it. It wasn't me. I was like, could it be me? So it looks like Z motor, unless it's, no, I don't think it shows it. Z-axis shows the pulley. Then you got the idler, attaching the idler. Yeah. Okay, so there needs to be inserts, you're saying. Is it in the CAD if I reference that? Let me see. Z. I guess I won't be able to see it from this angle. Okay, I'll have to look at it, but it sounds like you're saying the inserts are probably in the bottom of this then. That's what bolts through here and holds it in place. Based off what I'm looking at, it looks like there's just two, right? These are the two. If that's the case, I'll get them in. What did the note in the manual say? New version will use inserts instead of self-tapping. Instructions will be updated to show this feature soon. Okay, so there's mention of it. I didn't see that. I still don't know that I would have instantly known where it went, but There's just text mentioning it. This is something we'll be adding later. Okay, so it's just those two though, right? The two that I just pointed out, the larger post, it's gotta be. So I will get those in before next week. Thank you for that. One for each hole. Yeah, there's the 2 holes there, right? Or you're saying even the smaller ones need it? These 2 look like they definitely have heat insert diameter. These ones are really narrow. These ones still need it too, though. I'll just have to be careful with those to not press too hard. All of them. Okay. Yeah, I'll get them added then. I'll just be careful because the walls are pretty thin on these 2. Okay, sweet. Well, yeah, I'll get the heat inserts in that. I'll get the heat inserts in the base, and then next week we'll start putting it all together. And hopefully, yeah. So today I should have the micro fit connector coming in for the bed PCB. So I'll get that soldered up, so that way it'll be done by next week as well. Okay. All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. It's been. Yeah, I'm gonna go very carefully with that one, Torx. Like low pressure and very careful. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for all the chats, all the likes, all of the laughs, all of the putting our heads together and figuring out things. And thank you for our new members, our old members, all the gifted memberships and the donations. I do want to mention XR again. Thank you very much for the donation towards the Vice. I will be looking in the live stream channel and seeing what everyone's posted, and I will get a Vice on order in the next couple of days here. So yeah, I hope everybody had a great time, and I will get next Wednesday's stream scheduled by this weekend, but target will be the same time as today, and it will be another marathon. So come, bring your PB&Js, bring some snacks, and we'll continue next Wednesday. Alrighty, everybody, have a great rest of your day or your nights, and I will catch you all later. Bye. Thanks for hanging.